Okay. I'm going to be doing I'm just going to be looking at the election. Um if people want to join me while we look, it's going to be pretty cool. I will be giving my opinion on things when I see them. Something really funny that happened not long ago is that I got told that American politics shouldn't affect you, or like don't pay attention to politics. They obviously didn't live in Russia during the sanctions, so they don't understand how much American politics can affect them. But in reality, I'm really curious because my mom lives in the United States, my brother lives in the United States. I have three sisters that live in the United States. So even if the politics didn't affect me, uh, then obviously I would still care enough for my family to pay attention and kind of pay not super close attention to this, but just enough to know who's going to be president, what is their policies, to see if I have to help my family out, maybe help them relocate somewhere, or yeah, out of the country into another state, stuff like this. This is just the times that we live in. People who don't think that politics affect them probably think that they are the president or the king of the country in which they live in. So hello and welcome again. We are doing a live. I will be showing you guys some updates here and there, but mostly I want to talk about the things that I've noticed, and I want to talk about the things that I feel if Kamala Harris were to win or Donald Trump were to win, because I've been living in a country that's been directly affected by US politics. I kind of want to give my opinion on what it would be like if either of them won. Thank you. Yes, we are definitely in an Indian summer here in the I guess central Siberian region. We are still having days where we're going up to 10 degrees, randomly 12 degrees. So yeah. Welcome guys. We will be looking at some live feed from other channels who are doing updates, but I'm also going to be doing updates on my own here. And I also want to communicate with you guys. It's not going to be such a full stream. I know this is a very unorthodox time to stream. There's my sister logging in right now. It's a very unorthodox, very unusual time to watch a stream of mine, especially the subject is not uh it's really not the norm of what I'm used to doing, but I enjoy just getting on here and giving you my opinions. So it's what's going to be. I'm gonna be going through different channels here. This is gonna be a channel that's gonna be breaking down on things a little bit better. But I'm also gonna be looking at this candidate race thing. So here you can see it's an update of the count, and it'll give you the different states that we're looking at, and obviously, you know, states like California and Washington are going to be going to Kamala Harris. We have to look at the states that actually could be swing states. For some reason in America, it was said that, you know what, Utah might be a state that can go either way, but it looks now that it's closed in favor of Donald Trump. Also, Arizona was also a state that could possibly go both ways. You can see it's very close right now. 34% reporting, and it's 49.6 to both candidates. The votes are basically identical. And that's a mystery. That's something that really blows my mind, because Arizona is one of the more like Republican kind of states, conservative states. They like their guns, they like their liberty. They're right close to the border, so a lot of the things that Donald Trump kind of talks about should resonate more with the Arizona voters. But it's been like, I think 3 or 4 elections where Arizona is like on the fence. This is really strange. This doesn't make any sense to me. I don't really care uh, about who wins, but I'm kind of a little bit suspicious about the voting and how it's done and who gets to vote. Because in some states, you don't even need an ID to vote. I don't even think you need to be a United States citizen to vote in some states. All right, let's see. Pennsylvania switching blue and red has me very weak. So my sister's just reporting on Pennsylvania. Let's go look at Pennsylvania. So right now it's red. Let's keep an eye on Pennsylvania. It is one of those states that's supposed to be on the fence. It's supposed to be one of those swing states, an important state for either candidate to win. Right now we're looking at 109 to 198, but this is without counting California, which is a big state, big numbers, and California has, I think, the most electoral votes, and Washington's also a big state. Um, if everything stays the way it is right now, it's basically going to be a Donald Trump victory, but we never know. You just never know with these things. Uh, the last election really got swept under the Republicans' feet. This is a good question. Who do I want to win? I hope that the winner. I don't have a particular candidate. I just want the winner to be a candidate of peace, a candidate who will make peace with Russia and fix relations and end the war in Ukraine. Like that's the one thing that I hope. And whoever can do it is the person that I want to win. I don't know if either candidate is ready to do that. Um, Hello and welcome. It's really nice to see you too. I'm gonna be doing okay, what state are you in? Because there's been reports in California where you don't even need your ID to vote. So if you've already voted, could you at least tell me what state you're watching from? If you're an American, tell me what state you're watching from and if you voted already and if you needed an ID. Also, Wayne, out there in Canada, I would really like to see your guys' opinion who are in Canada because you're direct neighbors. What is your opinion on the elections in the United States? Is this covered in Canada? Is this something that Canadians look forward to every 4 years? I'm really, really curious. I'm in California. They don't need ID. That's what I'm saying. There is some people who actually report in California that they didn't ask for ID. That's what I'm saying, guys. This is the interesting thing. No way. That's my own sister. So I'm not saying I don't trust you, Scandinavian, but that's my sister, and she's reporting that they didn't need ID. Virginia needed ID. This is really nice. That's what I like to see. And it's pretty interesting. I know you're sick of it, Wayne, but it's just like you're unfortunately from a country that's attached to us, like a tail to the United States. Does Russia? I think you're meant to say, do Russians see Trump positively? I think that the Russians, uh, this is the Russian mentality. The president of the Russian Federation was asked who he wanted to win, and I think he's said like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the past because they're really weak presidents, like really weak candidates. So in Russia, they have this mentality that they want the weaker candidate to win, so that Russia is just continuing to be strong. But in reality, I think that the Russians also want a better relationship with America. So I think that the Russians actually see Donald Trump as the better candidate the lesser of two evils, because in reality, Russia's going to be in conflict with the United States. It's just that thing, like here in Russia, and I'm going to say here in Russia, we're affected by United States politics, whether we like it or not. Even if they're already predetermined, we have to adjust our lives to whoever is predetermined to win. This is what you need to understand. It doesn't matter if you think it's predetermined, you need to adjust your life to whoever's predetermined to win anyways. I hope that makes sense. Did you see your friend the real reporter's video on Trump's anti-Russian hawkish actions when he was in office? So there's a big difference between Donald Trump's actions against Russia and the other side's actions against Russia. You guys who are not living in Russia and who are not American could probably not feel it as much as someone in this situation. Of course, it's gonna be uh, more economics conflict against Russia, but it's not. It would never have gotten to the point where it is now. That's my belief, at least. Anyone else catch that Oregon was red at 1% votes counted? Now it's gray. Let's check that out, Luz. Let's go look at the map and see what the map is showing right now. We're just gonna hit refresh. Let's see if we notice any difference here on the West Coast. No difference. It's gonna close later. Let's go tune into some other people's maps. So we can see that Google says that 198%. Oh, yes, 198% is for Donald Trump. And if we tune in on other people's streams here, we can see that Donald Trump is way in the lead. This is, of course, someone here reporting that Donald J. Trump has 243 electoral votes. Everybody's going to have different numbers, just so you know. So this site says these people are reporting that it's 188 for Donald J. Trump. You guys should probably just stick to the one that Google is showing. And the reason why I'm telling you that to stick with the one that Google is showing, because although it is biased, it has to give the not the latest news, but like it's gonna take a while for it to report, and you want to have someone who's way ahead and someone who's way behind. That way you can see if what's reported as soon as possible is corroborated with what's at the end, at the tail. So you get everything in between by looking at the first and last to report who's going to win. For me, what's interesting here on this one here is that Arizona is actually turned blue. But I'm telling you guys, do not be scared of this. It's still New Mexico and Arizona are actually states that are needed for either candidate to win. And it looks like Arizona was red before, now it's blue. But some other people are reporting that it's 51%. And this is what's funny. Let's put the volume up on this guy.
Data have come out yet. It's still just 0-0. They're going to take a while. They took a long time back in 2020. They always take a long time. That's kind of just something that Nevada likes to do. I really don't know why they're so slow, but it's just something you have to deal with. But the good thing is that Nevada's not going to decide the election. We're not going to wait until Nevada to actually be able to know who's winning. And the race is going to be decided a long time before Nevada is actually called, especially at this rate. And we already have North Carolina, Georgia going red. In North Carolina, Trump holds on to a 5-point lead. Let's take a look at the five. Let's take a look at the update. Trump's on track to win by 2.6. Basically, what we had earlier.
So it's looking good, I guess. For anybody who wanted Donald Trump to win, it's looking good for Donald J. Trump. The only thing that I see possibly happening is that somehow Arizona goes crazy. Let's see here. Let's go look at the worst case scenario. Like Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Virginia. These are states, Arizona, New Mexico, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Georgia. No, Georgia's gone. There's certain states, guys, that flip flopped last election. I don't know if you remember, but do you guys remember when last election it was like Georgia just randomly had thousands and thousands of ballots for someone else? That's what I'm afraid of. That's why I'm paying attention this election, because I want to see if it happens again. I wasn't looking at the chat, but what is your guys' opinions on what happened last election? Do you think it could happen again this year? Can Donald Trump lose again with random votes being found in other places? If you're if she's shy, you need to adjust. You need to learn how to treat shy women. Has anyone noticed that Western Montana looks like Joe Biden's face? I yeah, it does look like that. Let me. It looks exactly like that. So what he's talking about here was what Josue's talking about is if you see my mouse here, it's over here. It looks like this part here. It looks like exactly like Joe Biden's nose sniffing Idaho right here. It looks really like Joe Biden's nose and his big forehead. So yeah, really cool observation. Nothing to do with the elections, but something that is really it's true. When this election is over, and I'm just thinking about streaming until like we get a for sure candidate. I'm sure you guys can watch the coverage somewhere else. My input is my input on this is that I really am affected by the politics uh in the United States. I'm affected by the politics in the United States, even though I live in Russia. So in reality, I don't want the president of the United States. I don't want them to be warmongers. I don't want them to continue to support weapons to Ukraine. I don't want them to uh, have a negative view on the East. I want them to build bridges. So as to Trump, he can't move without Canadian permission. This is why it's complicated, but he can't without us shutting the US down. The relationship between Canada and the United States, but it's also with the United States and Mexico. It's very tricky. I feel that Canada and Mexico have very high leverage on the United States, more so than it did in the past. Like, I think that the leverage that Canada has on the United States is only getting bigger, just like Mexico's leverage on the United States. I don't know if that's what you mean, Wayne, but that's definitely what I see. The United States used to be like top dog against Canada and Mexico, but as the years have passed, Canada has actually gotten a lot of power over the United States, and so has Mexico, because the United States has become very dependent on them, and that is their ace up their sleeves. Yeah, like politicians are definitely, look, politics no it will exist if we pay attention to them or if we don't. So I think that the most important thing is to kind of get the idea of what the people want, like these candidates. It's good to know what politicians and what the country of the master of puppets is planning so that you can adjust. Yeah, so guys, if anybody who's watching the stream has any breaking news, you can hop on, you can uh I mean, you could just tell me what's going on, and I can report it as well. But let's go look back on the Google. You see that Kamala Harris moved up a few points since we started. There has been no change in Arizona and New Mexico. It looks to be New Mexico has a chance to switch. Arizona is pretty tight. It also has a chance to switch. In the end, possibly Arizona might go to Donald Trump and New Mexico might go to Kamala Harris. Virginia has turned blue. It was red, blue, red, blue. So Virginia is definitely a state that is flipping, flipping, flipping really ridiculously nonstop. What do you guys think? Is this gonna be another uh year where we get a surprise victory from the person who we thought wasn't gonna win? You know, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Wayne. America has kind of gotten itself to be more dependent. You know what I'm saying? It's more dependent on Canada and Mexico than it ever has before. So definitely that I guess we were talking about the same thing. We're just using different words for it. I feel also another important thing is that if if Kamala Harris wins, I feel that it's going to be another 4 years that we've had like of Joe Biden, where you can definitely see that she's not the one in charge. We used to in America, we're used to knowing that maybe there is master of puppets, but some presidents kind of hide that more. uh, with Joe Biden, we definitely had a sense of, yo, he's not in charge at all. And I feel that Kamala Harris is just going to be another 4 years of Barack Obama. And to that point, that's where I tell you guys, you have to forget about, oh, politics doesn't affect me. The reason why I decided to do this live stream is because um, US politics affects me more in Russia than it ever did in the United States. Can you imagine how strange that sounds? How weird is it to say that American politics affects me more in Russia than it did in the United States? I don't think that people would believe me if I said this like 20 years ago. It wouldn't make sense. But now it's definitely the reality that I live in. American politics can ruin my life here in Russia faster than it could in the United States. By the way, guys, I want you guys to join my Telegram if you haven't already. It's a really good way to connect with us. It's a really good way to connect with me. It's called the Russian Experience. This is a Telegram channel dedicated to the people who are interested in Russia. We have many different topics. This is a forum. Join the Russian Experience, and you can get a hold of other people that want to connect with the world. It's not only about Russia, by the way. I know it says the Russian Experience, but there we can connect about video games, books, YouTube videos, politics. Like now, there's a lot of things that go on in that channel. And yeah, I want to know, guys, by the way, if you're still watching this stream, tell me if you voted. Comment now in the comment section if you voted, what state you voted in, and if they asked you for an ID. The reason why we're asking if they asked you for an ID is because my sister reported from California and they didn't have to ID her. There was nothing that they asked for. You can simply go in there and vote. I guess you just stand in line and vote. So if you're watching this stream, let us know what state you're voting from and if they asked you for an ID. While we do that, I want to move over to another video here. We're gonna do coverage on we're gonna do a coverage from different channels so we get a different perspective. I voted in New Mexico. Wow, this is one of the states that we wanted to. Abriel, thank you so much. Am I saying that right? Abriel, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for reporting in from the state of New Mexico. If you look at the New Mexican if you look at New Mexico, it is one of the states that's kind of blue leaning towards Kamala Harris. Abra's letting us know that they didn't require an ID, but she showed it anyways. That's huge. That's another state where we can confirm that they didn't need an ID. Okay. Uh Vaughn reporting in from Kentucky. Uh okay, so they need an ID. Okay, nice. ID required in Kentucky. ID required in Arizona. Okay, here we go. Another really important state. Erder, Erdem has let us know that in the state of Pennsylvania, which is going blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, they didn't ask for the ID, but I had to be found on the registered voters roster. Okay, so they did take that extra step. Really, really cool. Thank you so much. Wow, this is so cool to see you guys reporting in. Here we have someone else reporting in from Texas. You know, Texas is one of those states that definitely I think should upkeep its its status, like their status quo. There's like they do everything by the book. They're doing everything the right way. Let's see the mentality around these kind of things, guys, the US may have already fallen. You have to remember the United States is not the United States government. The United States is the United States people. And the United States people, the citizens of the United States, will never go down without a fight. You need to understand that elections, government, that is not the United States. The United States has always been the citizens, and the United States citizens would never let the United States fail. The government could fail the people, but the people will never fail the country. That is one thing that I stand by. I'm a proud American, no matter where I am. And I think that a true American is like this. This might offend some people, but I believe that the United States is not the government. It is the people. It has always been the people, and the government could fail, but the people will never fail. And no matter what comes through the fire in the United States, that will be the United States. The people will always be the United States. Let's see. Let's You can't vote in Texas unless you're a registered voter, meaning you have been born in the United States or naturalized. This is the key word, or naturalized, because you can come illegally and think and lie about where you were born, blah, blah, blah. Of course, if you're an American citizen by birth, it's much easier to prove it. But proving it after you're naturalized, you have to go through the different steps, the different hoops. You need your paperwork, and Texas makes you put it forward. They will be announcing it whenever they reach the number of electoral votes needed. Right now, Google is saying that Donald Trump is at, let's refresh, at 198. Virginia and Pennsylvania, wait, yes, Virginia and Pennsylvania have switched from blue to red constantly since we started this stream. New Mexico now has turned red. It was blue, so we're starting to see the states come in and out. You see Virginia is blue and Pennsylvania is red. Keep your eye on that. Four states right now are swapping a lot: Arizona, New Mexico, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. And I'm purposely saying Virginia like that because I think it's very fun to say it in this accent. Yes, you do need 270, as you can see on the screen. And we're gonna do this stream until somebody's announced. It's 11 in the morning here in Russia, where I live. and I have nothing to do today. It's raining outside. I'm just gonna live stream, guys. I'm gonna live stream here. You guys can stay here if you have the time zone that's adequate enough to stay awake. But yeah, who I want to see who in the chat. I want to see who in the chat, and maybe it's a little bit too personal, but I want to know who in the chat did not vote. If I was in the United States, I would not vote, and I'm telling you this very honestly because I'm from California, and no matter how we vote, it's always going to be blue. Is anybody else in the chat who would not vote for the same reason? Okay, I'm telling you guys right now, maybe I'm a bad person, but I did not vote because I'm from California, and my vote it never matters, because no matter what you vote in California, it's always going to be blue. And I'm not saying I'm a Republican. I'm just saying that there's never a chance anyways. I've been alive for 35 years, and it's never really meant anything in California. So guys, I don't okay, I don't I didn't mean if you were young. Uh yeah, so I feel that some people are not voting because of what I said, right? Even if you're voting blue, guys, even if you're voting blue, imagine you're in Texas. If I was a higher hardcore Democrat, I would not vote in Texas if I lived in Texas, is what I'm saying. I feel that in America, the states are so radicalized for either side. You already know who's going to win in at least half of the states. And it shouldn't be that way. I know it's a little bit bad, but it shouldn't be that way. I feel that that's the problem with our candidates. Our candidates in the United States are so polarized, because of the two party system. I think that's what I'm trying to get to, is that the two party system has radicalized our country. It's never been the candidates, it's been the parties. Shout out to all the Canadians watching. Like, for all of us who don't vote, let's just say we're Canadians for the day, right? It's honestly, it's really funny because I love to see the Canadians on the chat. I don't know if Dallas, I don't know if you're actually Canadian, but it's the joke now on the stream. For all of us who did not vote, we're just Canadians while this stream is up. Yeah. So, but I love seeing the Canadian perspective on this. Okay. So Dallas Fish is Canadian, and by the way, anybody who didn't vote, you are honorary Canadians for this live. And furthermore, you're Canadians with huge ties to Russia, especially because Russia and Canada kind of have really similar weather. Okay, let's see. So right now in Russia, in the part of Russia that I'm in, we're going into winter, and actually, the mood is really high. The Russian people's spirit on the election is really high. I'm going to be making a video really soon about like how Putin has won through the last 4 years, and probably in the next 4 years. Russia has won significantly, not just because the United States has become weaker, but because it's kind of broken itself into its new part in the world. It's etched itself into a superpower. It could have been said that Russia was a superpower before, but no, it wasn't, because it didn't walk the walk. It kind of talked the talk, like it talked, but it didn't walk the walk. But now, really, Russia has been walking and talking how it should be, and it's really become really strong. Um, Maybe I could ask my wife. My wife can give you her opinion on who she wants to win. That's one of the Russians you might know. I could also do a video after whoever wins. I could ask Russians, hey, What do you feel about America's new president? Would you guys be interested in seeing that kind of video? I don't know. But yeah, Russia has definitely become much more powerful. And it's not like before. Russia used to flex its power militarily. But you guys have to understand that Russia does not have the military to be number one. This is the truth. A lot of people don't know this, but it's the truth. But Russia does not have the power to be number one militarily. And it's always said it doesn't want to be number one, but it does want to be recognized in the table. Now, Russia has become number one in the world for uniting the world. That is much more important than being militarily powerful. If you have like A tier military, right? But an S tier like public relationship, international relationships, that's where you want to be. You want to be respected and loved and feared, but not hated. Russia has reached a point where it's loved and feared because you need to be feared, but you also have to be loved, but you don't want to be hated. Russia is now reached that point where by the majority of the world it is loved, it is feared, but it's hated by very few. United States is loved by few, hated by many, and feared by almost just as much as Russia. Does that make sense, guys? That's where we are. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I hope you understand what I'm saying because not a lot of people talk about this in this manner. Russia has hit that sweet spot. Let's see what we're looking at now. Sorry, I blabbered on. Let's go back to the live feed. Okay, we're going to refresh this and we're going to see if anything's changed. 204, 200 to 12, basically the same. New Mexico is blue, Virginia is blue, Pennsylvania red. Everything seems to be normal. Maine was red, but now it's blue. Maine was red, but now it's blue. Really interesting. So when I say Russia is not hated, Russia is not hated by the majority of the world. The United States and Russia and Europe is not the majority of the world. I think that the mentality of Westerners is their mentality is that the world is the United States and the West. No, it is not. There's hundreds of countries in the world, and very few of them on the North American continent, and very few of them are in Europe. Okay, Asia has a ton of countries that don't hate the Russian Federation. So that's when I say Russia is not actually hated if you zoom out of your Western mentality. So let's see, guys, what we're looking at here. So Trump is at 230. Of course, some people are already going to be announcing some other things. So let's go to other channels here.
The election is gone at this point. Check Virginia. People want me to check Virginia.
Let's check out another one here. Every other site has different reports, guys. This one has Trump at 198. This one has Trump at 198. And the Google has Trump at 210. So if you guys want to share where you guys are watching, I can watch whatever sites YouTube channels you're watching. I can look at them too, so we can report all of them at the same time. Because it looks to me that Google's reporting that Trump is at 210. So 210 is not bad because after that you only need 60 more electoral. Yeah, 60 more. And that's not far off for the Trump administration. Like they look like they're doing all right. Yes, and so definitely there is reports where uh Trump has that many states, but I'm just doing the tail end, right? I told you guys on this stream, we're gonna be doing the tail end report. We're also gonna be watching the live their conventions. Let's go look. If you guys have another website that you're watching, like another YouTube channel or another site that you're watching, we can also go look at it here on live. And the reason why we're doing this, the reason why I'm doing this live, is because I told you I want to know exactly who's going to be the president so I can adjust. The United States government and its policies and their politics really greatly affects us Americans living in Russia and Americans living abroad anywhere else in the world. So it's really important for us to keep an eye on what's happening on the big stage. So please do let me know what's a good hello to Argentina. Yeah, I think it would be insanely awkward, not only for Elon Musk, but all the other people who came out to support Trump. But do you guys think it's gonna be another sweep, like another random change in votes? You know, where they find tens of thousands of votes because it looked like Donald Trump was gonna win the last election, but then randomly he didn't. Do you think it could happen again? I'm not so sure about that. So that's why I'm telling you guys, I'm not so sure about Donald Trump winning until it's completely done. And that's why I'm just gonna live stream. Again, I'm not here to do analytics. I'm here to kind of just watch and give my reaction to this. It is really, really cool, and it's a really cool moment for me in my life because this is going to be a pivotal moment in my existence. Are we going to have a warmonger who is going to continue conflict in against Russia, or are we going to have somebody who wants to stop the conflict with Russia? My life is greatly affected. My future kids' life is going to be affected by this. So this is a really important election for me personally. Liz, Liz Mona says yes, it will happen again. They showed it in The Simpsons. Kamala Harris will win. There has been really funny Simpsons episodes where they get things right. Hopefully, they don't get this right. Please, guys, tell me where you're watching from. I'm really interested in knowing if you guys are watching from the United States, if you're watching from somewhere in Europe, somewhere in the Oceania. I'm really curious in knowing where exactly you're watching from. Please. This is what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for something like this. Excuse me. Melbourne, Australia. You know, I'm wondering, I'm wondering, guys, what is your guys' opinion in your country? I want to know what your guys' opinion is in your country. If you're watching from outside of the United States, tell me what your opinion is on the elections. Does your country pay attention to the politics in the United States? If they do, please let me know. I'm really curious. I really want to know. I'm one of the people who is fascinated by America and how it's viewed outside of the United States because I've lived outside of the United States since 2013 almost. So I've been outside of the United States for so long, and it's always so curious and interesting how people react to American politics. Please let me know what you guys' country has. What's the That's my brother. I think this is my brother from another mother. I think. If you guys give your opinion on what your country's mood is against the presidents or the candidacy, hey, that is my brother then. Okay, if you guys voice your opinion, we will put it on the screen here. We will put it on and we will read it so that you guys can understand what other people are thinking about the election. So this Erden is from Erden. I read what you were watching from earlier. Then okay. Anyways, so from the inside of the United States, it seems like these elections are the dirtiest, most rigged, and manipulated in history. A lot of people would agree that in the last two elections, it's felt that way for sure. 100%. Okay, Alex Oliveira says Brazilians love the United States and always pay attention to the US elections. Brazil is a country that's in BRICS, but also has very good ties with the United States. Thank you for giving your opinion on the United States politics from the United States. Oh, that's right, Pennsylvania. That's right. And you know what, Irden? Like you have such a unique location right now because Pennsylvania has been on the fence state. So it's very important for you to voice your opinion because you're in one of those states that definitely does do some dirty things. Guys, again, if you're watching this stream and you're not from the United States, I want to know what your opinion is on the United States politics. How does your country view the United States? And if you're watching from the United States, tell me what state you're watching from and what your mood is about the politics and the voting. Let's go back to the live. We're going to keep updating this. Keep your eye on Virginia and Pennsylvania. Okay, Virginia is blue and Pennsylvania is red. These two states have been switching sides. These are the four states for me that are switching nonstop: Virginia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and New Mexico. Um, it it could be a Donald Trump victory. Let's see if we can do a. Let's do an interactive. Okay, so we're gonna do an interactive map here, and the reason why we're doing it is because we're gonna do hypotheticals. Okay, we're gonna go look at what Google has, and we're gonna put that on there, and we're gonna do hypotheticals to see who can actually win. Um, but I still want to see your guys's. Uh, actually, from Finland, our media usually is super anti-Trump, mostly because our news stations cite CNN all the time. For some reason, they are super neutral right now. Maybe they got a reality check today. That's Miro from the Perkele land. Hello, my friend. Thank you so much for giving us the information, the truth from Perkeleland, also known as Finland. So Finland, yes, is definitely a country that is a little bit loony because of its border with the Russia. But in actuality, it seems that Mito is reporting from Finland that they're a little bit more neutral today and during the election. Big shout out to Finland. You guys are our neighbors here in Russia. I like to call Finland Perkeleland. Uh, if you don't know what that means, you're probably not from Finland. But thank you guys so much who watch from Finland. I have a big part of my heart goes out to you guys because of the situation that you're in. I know you guys are in a really bad situation. Your government puts you in a bad situation. But remember, a country is not defined by its government, it's defined by its people. Yeah, I call Finland Perkele land. I don't know how to define that. I don't know how to give you guys a translation if you're not from uh, this country. But anyways, so Milei is our president in Argentina. He likes Trump, and if he wins, he's going to be beneficial to us. So here we have a country that actually has a president who supports Trump, whose country can do a big change. But the weird thing is that Milei, I think, likes President Trump, but hates he likes President he likes Donald Trump, but he hates Russia and Putin. This is what blows my mind. Uh, Malay is in a weird paradox. You know, you cannot like Donald Trump but hate President Putin. I think this is Malay's standing. I think he doesn't like Russia. He said some very negative things about Russia, and yeah. So we're gonna see what happens, guys. Let's go look back at the map. Sorry, we're gonna be looking at. Where are you guys seeing your news? Like, where are you guys saying that who's reporting who won what state? I'm in the tail end right now. I'm showing you guys the tail end because some people can predict the states to go too early, and that's what I don't want. I don't want to report too early. Um, but I do want to kind of give you an accurate report, so I'm just playing it really safe. If you're watching from outside of the United States, remember to tell us what the mood is in your country. Tell us what your country has opinion, what your country's opinion is on the candidates or on the election itself. Watching from the Filipino, sana all, brother Fernie. What is the opinion of the elections? Like, what do you think? Does your country pay attention to American politics? The mood is good in Mars. You're a liar. The mood cannot be good in Mars. You guys don't have beans and potatoes. So let's go ahead and try to find another source. We're gonna do another source. That way we can have a different view. Um,
Yeah, this is looking good. It is looking quite good for Donald Trump. We'll see if the meter changes, but right now Harris is still favored. It's at 4.5, although this number does continue to go down every time I check it.
okay, this guy's looking at the Virginia poll
But it's
out
now
there.
10:20. You know, the night is probably going to end pretty early on. CNN currently has it at 178.91, but we of course know that they're heavily underestimating Trump in many of these races. Iowa has just been called. I think a lot of people are saying. People, when we look at Polymarket again, apparently Trump is finally at 90. Yeah, it seems like Trump is now at 90. It seems like it's a lock. He's going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Penn.
Okay, Poly Market. That's what the guy's looking at. We're gonna open that one as well. That way we have a better view and a different view. So look at this, guys. This is the map showing the different states where they're leaning towards. Virginia, it says that might just go to Kamala Harris. New Mexico might just go to Kamala Harris. These are the two states that I'm talking about. Virginia, New Mexico, that might just go blue, but Pennsylvania might go red along with Arizona. Those are the four states that are flip flopping nonstop. But it's predicting that Donald Trump might win by 93%. Like it has a 93% chance of winning this election. I mean, a lot of people, this is not surprising a lot of people, but in the United States, you never know, right? You never know what they're going to do in the United States. You never know if they're just going to sweep this one under the rug and put tens of thousands of votes against someone else. This is one of the biggest problems in the United States as well. Iowa has been called 30 minutes ago. Yeah, good fella. Just tell me where. Tell me exactly where, what website or what stream they're calling it on. That way I can show it as well. Because Iowa, yeah, Iowa has been called. It's also on the Google here. Okay, so Donald Trump just went up on the Google one. He used to be at 210 electoral votes. I'm not sure which one they called for him. Probably no, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure which one changed on this, but anyways, he's hopped up 214. Kamala Harris has not even broke 200. Kamala Harris was given California and Washington. These are the states that are already always given to you guys. That's what I'm telling you. If you're in these states, it's not even worth voting in these states. It's always so close. I mean, it's never close at all. It's never ever a close race. Dancing Bear says they voted for Donald Trump. You know what? I don't care who you voted for as long as you feel happy that you voted. I feel that in America, it should be something that makes you feel happy and content and that you feel that you live in a free country. Because the moment that you vote and you feel bad and you feel like it's not worth it, then you're looking at a country that's actually doing a like bad job it's a bad job for its citizens. So the Baikal water is really delicious. The water that I'm drinking right now is 100% from the lake. And yeah. Yeah, so we're going back to this topic and I want to say it one more time. If you didn't vote because your state always votes a certain color, please let me know in the comment section. Let me know in the chat, guys. Oh, Benny Johnson? Yeah, of course. I didn't want to put him on because he's wait a second. Benny Johnson's most likely going to call things a little bit early, even though we know that he's right, but it's going to be a little bit early. Makes sense? So, yeah. We know that he's going to call things right, but he's going to call it a little bit early. There's not a I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that he might just call it a little early.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump walking around like a king in his kingdom. It looks like Texans don't like open borders and boys and girls sports. After all, thank you for keeping Texas, says the governor of Texas. The final results for Florida, as we tabulate, Donald Trump wins Florida by 13 points. an absolute slaughterhouse. We have a meltdown of all meltdowns for you.
I can't wait for the meltdown.
Do we really?
I cannot wait for the meltdown. I was in the meltdown, like I used to watch the meltdown, the Young Turks. Oh, you know what? Let's go look at the Young Turks. These people are the kings of the meltdown. If you've seen the compilation of 2016, they had a meltdown, and I'm gonna go watch it. I'm gonna go see how they're doing right now.
EYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our report.
All right, when they come back on, we're going to go watch what the other side is looking at. I love looking at the meltdown, guys. If you don't know what the meltdown is when Hillary Clinton was said, oh, she's going to win. And the world was in the United States was like super on the polls that Hillary Clinton was going to win. The meltdown is watching the super left start just breaking down on live. They were like, oh no, what's happening? Oh, how could she lose? And all these things. So the meltdown in 2016 is an iconic and glorious part of American history. It's when the leftist lunatics lost their mind because Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton, even though Hillary Clinton was on the polls set out to annihilate Donald Trump. So yeah, if Donald Trump wins, it's not because of Biden, it's not because of Kamala, it's because of the people kind of waking up a little bit. Of course, it's bad presidents that make people vote the other way, but the people essentially have to go out and do the work. Let's go. Really, Nevada's always a weird state anyways. I'm in the belief that it's not over until it's over, and they always have a chance to steal this. They always have a chance to steal this as long as it's not as long as it's not over and the president doesn't have his hand over the Bible and he's like pledging allegiance to the United States to become the United States president. It's not over. Look at this.
Almost never, ever do. I'm really looking forward to Elon Musk running the entire government because he was a giant donor of Donald Trump. That's going to be fun for everybody. Guess who's going to get giant tax cuts? Guess who's going to get deregulation? Oh, right, Elon Musk. Okay.
Populism.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Let's root for the biggest, wealthiest guy in the world because we're populous. And let's lend out our brain to a couple of billionaires while pretending to be populous. Okay, so look, they're not pretending. The right-wing guys, I've now talked to a lot of them, and they genuinely want to be populist, and they genuinely dislike the establishment, and that is what's driving most of what they're doing.
We'll get back.
So
we'll get back to the young weirdos when look. I'm staying on this live stream until somebody gets told that they're the winner and Donald Trump looks like he's gonna win. I'm not leaving this stream until I get to see these people have another meltdown. I'm not hoping for Donald Trump to win. I'm just hoping that nobody gets robbed. I don't want tens of thousands of votes to be found again. I don't want it to be controversial. I want to know who's going to be my next president so I can adjust my life here in Russia. No. I'm being serious. If I have to go to sleep while we figure this out, I'm gonna stay on here. Yo, what's up, Doug? Oh, what's up, Devil? Well, technically, yes. I live in Russia, and my president is Vladimir Putin. Because I live in Russia, but I'm not Russian, so not right now. I'm not even a resident of Russia. I'm just married to a Russian. I'm working on getting my residency. and then he would be my president. But I have two presidents because I'm a citizen of Mexico and I'm a citizen of the United States. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. I want an honest election. I want an honest election, and I want a person who will end the conflict and the hate against Russia. Okay. Let's go ahead and check on the live here.
Donald Trump's tariffs, spike the prices of every retail good. In Oregon, a trans person joined the diving team, and it will work. It will work for many of them, unfortunately. And my fear, one of the big things, we keep talking about democracy. Look, if he ends up winning, if he gets more votes, we're not the right. We will acknowledge that actually happened. They can't acknowledge when any of their candidates lose. We don't have that problem. But I do think that there are a lot of people on the right, not the regular voters you're talking about, but definitely their influencer class that are way past done with democracy. I think they're going to want Donald Trump and governors to lock in more structural constraints against the will of the people. We've been talking about it in Florida on the ballot measures.
That's
Doesn't matter that
wild.
more people wanted legalized marijuana and abortion. We're not.
For some reason, guys, that's their talking point. It's always that we're gonna have a dictator. It's always that he's it's always this. During the meltdown, this is how the meltdown goes, and I'm gonna watch it obviously later full when somebody does a compilation. But they always first say, hey, you know what? Fine, we lost, but get ready for this, for that. The war with the world's gonna end. He's gonna rule like a king. People are gonna be slaves again. Like, this is how they cope with it. They did this last time and it didn't happen. It just feels like lunacy, I feel like we're in the twilight zone. But I'm so happy that, like, if Trump wins, I have a better chance of one day being able to take my Russian American kids to visit their grandparents in the United States. I would really love to do that. I would really love to take my Russian American kids in the future to visit their uncles and their aunts. But if we have a world where Kamala Harris and the warmongers are president for 4 years, for 8 years, this is simply not going to happen. You people who are watching, I said this in the beginning, need to know that my life is more affected by the United States politics more than ever now that I live in Russia than when I lived in the United States. So now more than ever, I really care about who's going to win, who's going to be leading the United States, because United States politics overreaches into the rest of the world, and it's disgusting. It's really disgusting what they do, guys.
That's what's going on. Okay, Wesley Gill, Jeremy LaPaglia, NJ Johnson, Tyrone at home, Jesse, Box News. Thank you to all of you guys. They just hit the join button below the video on YouTube and became Young Turks members. I want to check our poll in a second too, but John, go back to North Carolina because here comes Kamala Harris.
Okay, so as of what I have right now, with 88% of the vote in, it's still a 3-point race, according to
I saw it close to 2. Did it get any tighter?
Okay, let's see if we can get, I apologize for that. Let's go back. Yes, a lot of this is rounding, and that can hide some of the actual movement. Hold on, we're trying to reload our map here. North Carolina.
I thought this was your fantasy football team or something.
Which I have. I am booking fantasy WrestleMania for next year, but okay, so
maybe your Dungeons and Dragons fantasy.
That sounds pretty fun.
Fantasy.
Okay, so slightly less than 3 points. That's looking like 1 point and a 2.7.
2.7 with 86% reporting.
80.
Oh, they're going to be looking at that for a long time. This right here, this comment is what we're talking about. That is what we don't want. That is what we don't want, where they find tens of thousands of votes. But yeah. Also that The amount of dead people that voted last election was insane. And I don't want that to happen again. Let's go look at the live numbers at the Google. And please pay attention to Virginia and Pennsylvania. Virginia is blue and Pennsylvania is red. Virginia is blue and Pennsylvania is still red. Nothing's actually changed. Basically, they are projecting Oregon to win for the Democrat candidate, Kamala Harris. No big deal there. Let's see. How many votes does Georgia have? 16. That's 32. I mean, if everything closes the way it is now, sorry for stretching. If everything closes the way it is now, he should win. No problem. Let's take out our calculator here. So he has 214 plus 16, 16, 32. 32 plus 11 is 43. So plus 43, let's do that so far. 157. And now let's go do the Pennsylvania does 19. $176. And that puts him over just with those states. I mean, this is in the bag. This is in the bag. If he loses this election, it'll be one of the gnarliest theft I've ever seen. Really. It should be one of the most iconic robberies of all time if Donald Trump loses this. Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, yes, he won, but it hasn't been called. I don't know if has it been called yet. If it's been called, you need to link me where you say it's been called. Because honestly, we know he's going to win. We know he's going to win, but we know he can lose. Isn't that freaking crazy? We know he's going to win, but we know he can lose because it's America. We used to joke about Mexico being corrupt, but we've already seen it happen in the United States once.
Salty meltdown of the night. And we're going to salt that lib. Okay. Let's salt that lib. Look at the poly market. Look at this. Kamala Harris is approaching 0.
Okay, let's refresh this. Let's refresh this, guys. The poly market here is that gives you the percentage for who's going to win the presidency. We're going to refresh it. It's at 6.6. 5.8 now. That is insane. This is what it's looking like right now. Yeah, if he's to win the states that we marked earlier, it should put him way over 270 electoral votes points here. Look at this. She is in fact getting almost to 0%. It was almost even at one point. And they do have Biden. They have Biden's ghost here in the background. Popular vote, Donald Trump is up. Even in the popular vote, she's not really popular at all. Right? Here are the states that aren't already called. We're looking at Wisconsin leaning heavily towards the Republican candidate. Arizona heavy towards the Republican candidate. Georgia, these are swing states. These are supposed to be swing states, but they're not looking like swing states right now. Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. They are looking like they might go with the Republican candidate. Now, it's looking like an absolute lock and landslide. There's really not anything that the other candidate can do. And in that map, it's a monumental win. It's not just a victory, it's a monumental win, because if you look at the map, we'll go back to it. The only states that she would be winning is California, Oregon, and Washington. There's not really a win if you're going to win the ones that were given to you, like New York, California. There's not really a major victory here for the Democrats. They were thinking they were going to have a huge victory, but in reality, it's going to be probably a historical win for Donald Trump because of these states that he managed to flip and lock. Like Pennsylvania, if he manages to win Virginia too, a lot of people think just because Virginia is like a southern state that it's a state that should go Republican, but no, it has a huge amount of liberals. It's like almost like another California. Illinois is also pretty much like California. You have anywhere where you have a huge amount of minorities. And I know that because Mexican Americans, for some reason, Mexican Americans are always voting blue and ruining their lives. The Mexican American voters in California always shoot themselves in the foot. There's a huge amount of zombies in California that are always voting for the Democrat Party. And this is what's the biggest problem in America, is that you have some states that will never switch. Never. Let's tune in now, guys. We're going to tune in with the Meltdown. Let's see what the Meltdown is doing. If you're watching this live right now, thank you so much for your support on the channel. Hopefully you're subscribed. This is not my regular type of feed. They're not calling it because they know that they still have a chance to steal the election, good fella. You know this, I know this. We need to get off of that wagon where just because it's so big, such a big of a lead, that it should be called no. If you're that's my brother. My brother actually is in one of the best countries in the world. He just got done traveling through El Salvador. This is one of the best countries in the world and an example for the American continent. Have a safe flight, brother. Get back to America safely. Yeah, Kimberly, this is what we're hoping for. This is what we all want. But I have to make it very clear that it's possible they could do it again. Less possible than last time, but it's still possible. No, you would think that, but the American people, so when I say America, you guys need to know, America is not a continent. You guys, America is not a continent. North America is a continent. South America is a continent. But in the Americas, it's different when you say. Yeah, anyways, people seem to confuse this because maybe you've never traveled around the world. If you say America, the majority of the world recognizes that the United States of America, because of that last part, is the United States. Anyways, we're not going to get into that. North America is a continent. South America is a continent. America is not a continent by itself. So, by the way, guys, if you think that there will be a speech, please let me know where it will be. My brother, my brother fucking, oh, I said a bad word. Sorry, my brother just brought out the weird in me. Oh no. Oh, my family is chiming in with the goodies. My brother's gone wild. How is a vote for her a vote for women? Also, my sister reporting in that Wisconsin is recounting their ballots. This is where it gets crazy. This is where it gets crazy. Yes, of course, the election could be really, really simple and really normal, but it's always filled with problems. Let's go right now and let's yeah, so we're having recounts in Milwaukee. Let's go look at the map because the map is really important. Wisconsin is a very important state. We don't want that to go crazy. Donald Trump is at 230 electoral votes here, but Wisconsin is having to recount. This is 10 electoral votes. Guys, 10 is not going to make a big difference, but it could make a big difference if he gets stuck at 260, right? So, yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. If they're recounting, this is where this is where it gets crazy. Yeah, the ones that you guys need to watch for is Pennsylvania, Virginia, Wisconsin. Now we're having to look at these type of things. I don't want people to get like radicalized, okay? I'm not looking at this election because I want one or the other to win. I want to know who's going to win because it directly affects my life in Russia. I live in Russia. I'm a Mexican American citizen of both countries, but my wife is Russian. I'm building a house in Russia. So whoever wins this presidency directly affects my life. That's the only reason why I'm here kind of streaming this. Go research Proposition 1 on a voting ballot. Proposition 1. Many people didn't know what it was, no matter who they voted for later in the same paper. Okay, you're it's a little bit off there. But yeah, there's not only voting for presidents. When you vote, there's many things you're voting for. You're voting for like this, like propositions, laws, governors, senators, all these different types of things. You're not only voting for these things. You guys have to pay attention. If you voted, vote all the way down. Pay attention. Let's go look if the meltdown is happening, if there's anything happening on the meltdown.
From districts and counties that would favor Kamala Harris.
All right, next TYT reporter says this feels like a red mirage. It could be, and I hope you're right. And what a red mirage is Donald Trump gets more day of voters. The Democrats get more mail-in voters, and it takes a while to count the mail-in voters. So it looks like he's got a lead, but then last time Biden closed it because of that phenomenon, and maybe Kamala Harris will close it here, which goes to the point that Michael was making. This is a little bit similar to where we were with Biden. It doesn't feel that way, but I understand that point of view. CB1 hilariously says, I'm sure the real estate guy will fix housing. Of course, that's a joke because there's no chance that Donald Trump is either going to fix housing or even going to try to fix housing. He has no plan. He has no concepts of a plan. And when private equity guys are buying up all of our houses, driving up prices.
Okay, looks like they're having a little mini meltdown. We'll tune into them later. as looks like America is tired of funding foreign wars. I'm tired of getting taxed to support drug addiction in San Francisco. Yeah, that's something really cool to kind of live through. Like my brother, he used to live in Southern California, but now he's somewhere in the north, and he's still a California person. And to answer other people's questions, I am not voting because I live in California. But for someone like my brother who's living in a state that's blue, living in a country that possibly can have a leader that continues to fund conflicts and wars, I myself have friends in the military still. You kind of get tired of it, right? And it doesn't bother me none anymore because I live in Russia and I don't have to deal with I guess I don't have to deal with politics in the front lines, because you guys who are living in the United States, you are in the front lines with taxes, with cost of living, cost of gasoline, cost of everything. You guys are in the front line. I kind of removed myself and I'm in Russia now. I'm not in the front line of what American politics is, but it still affects me. I did not vote. I'm registered in the United States in California. So even if I voted, I would never have my vote count anyways. Doesn't do anything. Stepan, thank you so much for tuning in from Los Angeles. Yeah, Afghanistan was the end for me for this. I can see by your picture you're also a veteran. Perhaps you were in the Afghanistan war like I was. Perhaps you're decorated like I am in the Afghanistan war. When they left Afghanistan and gave the enemy everything, when they gave the enemy billions of dollars in weapons, when they left translators there, when they left people that we put in the dude, like honestly. So yeah, you're from 2012. I'm a 2010 2011 Helmand veteran. I was also banging down there south of Sangin, but I was mostly in the Marja area. If you were in Helmand, you might have been somewhere where I was, Shane. If you're 0331, I believe that's a machine gunner. I'm a 1371. I did a lot of machine gunning myself as a combat engineer. I never met another infantryman in front of me. Proud engineer. Yeah, so these are the type of people who I have near to my heart. I'm not saying I don't love the rest of you guys, but like veterans especially, pay attention to the politics and kind of zone out of them after what they did to us veterans, pulling out of Afghanistan the way they did. Was a backstab to the military, was a backstab to every single person who has military family. And I'll never let that go. It's horrible. 2013 in Kandahar. Now, you guys are way, way after me. I was in Afghanistan during like the big surges in Marja, like the battles of Marja. It's really interesting actually to see you guys comment 2012, 2013. Pretty cool. No, bro, I said my brother lives in California. So let's go look at the polls. Let's go look at live. What are these clowns talking about now?
Honestly, bucks. And he'd be like, yeah, do whatever you.
And New York Times has him up by rounded to 5.
With the same percentage reporting?
Not the exact same percentage, but they have, for instance, Donald Trump as, let's see, with Michigan, he's got 937,000 votes. They have her with 941, him with 890. So we're going to see it maybe as
they're going to have a meltdown, and this is so funny.
But it is.
I need to know, guys. My brother lives in somewhere in Northern California, And I cannot wait to get the reports in from California, what the mood is for the people, man. It is so crazy. In 2016, I was trying to go to university, but I dropped out of university in 2016 because Donald Trump won presidency and my university was rioting basically, and nobody wanted to go to school, and I couldn't be around that environment. Like, Americans had safe space in 2016 for university. I had left the military 3 years prior, and I said, well, maybe I should get an education. And then Donald Trump won the presidency, and I was like, no, I'm out of here. I don't need an education. If an education means that people get safe spaces, people don't have to do any more work, and people can write on the walls as graffiti, F Donald Trump, like that happened at my university. People went wild. They went wild. So I dropped out of university. That's when I knew the world was fake in America, in California. Okay, let's go to the... We're gonna go live to the percentages, guys, of who is more likely to win. This is the poly market. Last time we tuned in was at 5.8 chances for Kamala Harris to win. Let's refresh this, and it's gone up or down. 5.8, I think I said 5.6 now. Not sure. I dropped the ball on that. Sorry. Okay, let's look at someone else's projections here.
Absolutely perfect. But I mean, obviously we had Trump winning and the map wasn't going to change too much from there. The margin in Illinois right now, we'll take a look at what that is saying.
So beautiful.
What is Benny Johnson
Ladies and
saying?
gentlemen, let's do just a quick, before we throw at anything, let's do a quick check-in on the map. I don't want anybody. Oh, Oregon's going red. Okay, great. Oregon's going for Donald Trump, less than 2%. Oh, good. Oregon's going for Trump. I'm telling you, Donald Trump's going to win a state that's like a solid blue state, and it's going to come out of nowhere. Trump's going to win like Washington or Oregon. Something crazy is going to happen. Trump might win Minnesota. 246. 246.
All right, looks like he's at 246. I told you guys he's going to be calling the states a little bit earlier, but it is what it is. If you're just tuning in, I'm doing this live because my life is directly affected by United States politics here in Russia, and I did not vote because I live I'm registered in California. My vote doesn't mean anything. Viejón ruso mexicano aquí, what do you think of the new Trump policies towards the Ukraine war? So what I want is, if he wins, I want him to actually listen to what Russia has to say and stomp on Ukraine, because they did start this conflict. Thank you so much, Titan, for sticking with us. Hello, TW. Thank you for tuning in. Guys, I'm going to be doing this until we get a for sure leader and winner of the presidency. Thanks for people who are tuned in. I know I'm not like a professional. Again, I do not make this type of content, but I had to do it because this directly affects my life. If you want to keep in contact with me or my friends, join the Russian Experience on Telegram. Please join Telegram, the Russian Experience. That is where you can find me. That is where you can find all information about Russia, Russian news, also things to connect you with other people who have the same interests as you. I even think you can find a future husband or wife there, because many Russian guys and women are on there as well. And you never know who you can find. The Russian Experience. Let's see, guys. We're going to go back. If you want an honest answer, how do I think Ukraine started the conflict? Ukraine was radicalized. And anytime you have a radical population, you have conflict. That's simple. So San Diego is watching from La Mesa. Really cool. I used to go about... No, actually, I had a friend in La Mesa. I when I lived in Camp Pendleton, I used to drive regularly to meet a friend out there, and I even think one of my girlfriends was from La Mesa at one point. It's pretty funny. So, guys, do you guys have any questions while we continue to watch perhaps a little bit more Meltdown? Let's tune in on the official Google breakdown. But before we look at the Meltdown, before we look at the updated version of the Google, I love your channel. I'm also Mexican American and I'm planning to study in Russia. It's great to see you are fighting YouTube. Look, listen, I'm not really fighting. I'm just being me, you know? I don't want to be that guy that says he's fighting because I don't want to represent anybody. I'm just doing this for me. But I appreciate your support. Do come to Russia if possible. Yeah, I know where you were, brother. I know where you were. Because it's a tight community, Shane. It's a tight community where infantrymen and engineers were attached to each other. We're attached to the infantry. And there's not a lot of places where they have infantry units in Pendleton. So it's definitely we were in the same place. I don't know where you were in Afghanistan though. So yeah, if you were anywhere in the Marja area or Sangin, we were in the same places. Oh, then if you were in 1-1 and 1 and 3-5, then we definitely were in the same place in Afghanistan, but just different years, you know. By the way, guys, this is a veteran, Marine Corps veteran who's on here, who I'm talking to while we're looking at the updates on the election here. But the reason why I like to communicate with veterans and other people like this is because actually I support the veterans of the United States. I will always support them, and it's just going to be a big part of my life, especially if you're a Marine. But yeah, if you were in 1-1 and 3-5, and if you were in either one of those units when you deployed to Afghanistan, you were in the same place as I was, just different years. I was 2010, 2011 era. This is during the Battle of Marja and the second Battle of Marja. Big operations happened in 2010 and 11. Okay. Here we are. We're going to update this. We're going to refresh. 230 now is reported by the most liberal website in the world, Google. It is still 230. Virginia is still blue. Pennsylvania is still red. Arizona is still red, but New Mexico has been called for Kamala Harris. This is what we expected. No problem there. Oregon, Google has called for Kamala Harris. No surprise there. What we're hoping for is that Georgia closes, Pennsylvania closes, Michigan closes, and Wisconsin closes, and Arizona. With those closed for Donald Trump, it's a victory. And if Google is reporting it, that means that pretty much it's going to happen, because Google is one of the more left-leaning sites, and if it admits defeat, then it is in fact defeat for one side. Oh, nice. Then we were definitely in the same place, Shane. Okay. Let's go look at the baby ragers. How's the baby rage happening? We're going to tune in at a couple sites here. Let's go look at the percentage right now to see what the chances are for Kamala Harris. We're going to refresh this. She's at 5.6. 3.8. That's a huge drop. That's a huge drop. Holy moly. 3.8. Polly Market has dropped her for a 3.8% chance of winning this election. That's insane. That's insane. Wow. Minnesota, that is so weird. Can anybody in the chat please explain to me why Minnesota votes blue? What is the problem there? This guy's been popping out with the fire. This has been fire all night from J Beretta 10, aka my brother. It makes sense that she's dropped for such a low percentage to win because no one elected her. How did she become the nominee for the Democrats? That is really funny and a good point. No one elected her, so how did she even get there? And it explains why she has such a low percentage. That is funny. That guy needs to calm down though. When you're that based, it's dangerous. It's not good for your health. Um so nobody has an idea of what's happening in Minnesota, because I lived in North Dakota for some time, and North Dakota and Minnesota have similar cultures. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's a good explanation to what's going on. Waltz is from Minnesota, also a lot of immigrants. So I guess it is a very very liberal state. 1 second. I need to get some food. I haven't ate all day, all morning. I am not sure where the I guess you just have to, if you want to donate to support the channel, it's better on PayPal. It's better if you want to support the channel to donate to PayPal, because it gets a little bit there's also yeah, if you want to support the channel, you can donate to uh this email on the PayPal. I don't know if you can, I don't know if my channel's monetized. Okay, yeah, you can donate to this channel. It's on the screen. Yeah, but if you want to support the channel, it's just better to donate to the PayPal. It's easier for me to get my money from donations through PayPal. And if you cannot do it through PayPal, you could also do it on the little money sign on the chat if you're watching this from a chat. Minnesota was always blue. Yeah, but I'm wondering why. Why it was blue if it's almost like North Dakota. It's really similar culture. Sush, can you bring me a one of those cookies that are delicious, or a muffin, something, please? I need to eat, guys. I'm gonna stay on here, but I need to eat something. My wife's gonna bring me a muffin or a cookie. If it's easier to visit, where? Okay, let's tune in on the. Oh, sure. Yeah, hopefully it gets easier for you guys to visit Russia if Kamala Harris doesn't win, because that means that we're not going to be in complete war. I'm going to eat this cookie, guys. Excuse me. This is non-GMO stuff. Here in Russia, it's illegal to have chemicals and random ingredients. So this cookie is absolutely delicious and natural. If you want to help and donate to my channel, it's better to donate to PayPal using this email. Because it's DECHANFLES at hotmail.com. You can find me on the PayPal that way. And because of sanctions, it's really hard to get money or support into Russia. But actually, I found a way through PayPal. And yeah, if you want to support this channel, it's better to do it that way. Let's do an update on the percentage of winning. But before we do that, everybody, if you think that her chances of winning are going to go up, comment right now. If you think they're going to be going down, comment down also. So I want you guys to engage with the chat. Let me know if you think she's got her percentage of being able to win is going to go up or down. We're going to do a fun game here. Every time we check on the poly market percentage of chances of winning, we're going to refresh and you guys are going to get to vote. Is it going to go up or is it going to go down? I think it's going to go up because there is some states that are being called probably for her, but it's just going to go up like a little bit, not so much. So we're going to refresh the page right now, guys. Let me know. Is it going to go down or up? She's at 3.8 right now. Oh, wait a minute. All right, let's refresh now. I think it's going to go up. I just have a feeling it's going to go up. 3.8. Here we go. Oh, she did go down. 3.4. What's this looking like? Donald Trump is at 230. He's still at 230. Let's look at yeah, she went down. It looks like she's gonna have a monumental loss. She's gonna have a monumental loss. It's just gonna keep going down, down, down. I want to see if I could find where President Trump, because now it's looking like it's gonna be president, where he's gonna give his acceptance.
Election night in America.
I don't want to get music copyrighted. These people are so bad with this. Let's go look at the meltdown. This is what we're looking at right now in the back screen, is where Donald Trump is going to give his acceptance. So we're going to keep that window open. We're going to keep that window open. This is the little rally going around Trump. But we're going to go look at the Young Turks because we like the meltdown. But it looks like they stopped streaming. No, they didn't. Here we go.
In fights with leftists online, and I said this exact thing would happen, and they said, "Oh, you're crazy. The country loves this idea, and we'll win anyway." And they were comically wrong. So I'm with you on that. Now, having said that, I don't think that's the main problem at all. I think that hurt, but it's not the main problem. The main problem is that Democrats take donor money and deliver for their donors and not for their voters. And Congressman Coe, you've been on the show many times. You're obviously, as anybody can tell from this conversation, a plain talker. But so let me do plain talk back to you. I don't think that the Democrats get it at all. I think they're going to go kiss more donor ass. They're going to leave their voters behind. And like you said, they're going to whine. And so does anybody in Congress understand how much the country hates the establishment and how the Democratic Party looks like they're the establishment?
Well, no, I think that Citizens United is awful. And it's terrible that Trump has Peter Thiel and Elon Musk jumping around, showing off their poopik and thinking they're somebody, some cheerleader type. But they made a difference.
They are so mad.
And Robert Kennedy's going to be in charge of some health care and some food and drug stuff. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Mel Brooks couldn't have come up with something this bad.
Yeah,
it's springtime for Hitler.
But no, don't say Hitler. So listen, Congressman Cohen, I hear you, and so I think that it is going to be really bad. That's why I fought really, really hard to make sure Donald Trump didn't win. But if you like, the Democratic Party likely now is going to lose to him twice, and this guy's IQ is barely in the double digits. This guy's is a yeah. And
it's barely in the double digits.
Yeah. And so Donald Trump is, like, in my opinion, a deranged clown, a buffoon of a man. And so what does that make the Democratic Party if you lose to him twice?
Well, it may be the American electorate, because he got the votes. Some of them were people that were selfish and greedy.
Oh, it's so funny.
They wanted better tax rates and give more money.
The Meltdown always delivers, guys. They can never accept that somebody doesn't think like them, but they kind of gaslight. They try to gaslight the rest of the country. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but I have noticed that the ones on one side are always more violent, are always more loud and rude and saying ridiculous things, and it's usually the Democrats. It usually is. I have only been alive for 34 years, and my entire existence has been that. So I can't tell you otherwise. Let's go and look at the poly market. 3.4, you know what to do. Guys, if you think that her numbers are going to go down, comment down. If you think they're going to go up, comment up. Right now, she's at 3.4% chance of winning the presidency. We did this last time. I still have a feeling that it's going to go up. It has to go up at least once before she's done. Yeah, Clinton was dope. Like the first Clinton, believe it or not, we were chilling. We knew where our boundaries were as a country. We had enough love. We had enough respect. All right, let's go here and we'll refresh. 3.4. It stayed 3.4. It stayed 3.4. Not bad. Not bad. Look, listen. It stayed at 3.4, and we've been on for about maybe 10 or 15 minutes since we last checked. The reason why I keep telling you it might go up a little bit is because there's going to be a weird occurrence happening. At least one state is going to have a weird little thing happen. But if we do look at the numbers here, it just looks like it's stuck at 3.4. 37.5. So yeah, in reality, she's stuck. Hypothetically, she should have no chance of winning. But because this is the United States of America, there's a possibility she can win.
we would have won? No, we'd have lost even worse.
But don't you think that they spent so much of that money on a field operation organizing, and they
Here we
didn't
go with
think
the
that
meltdown. We're
advertising
going
was
to
the way
tune in
to
a little
go?
bit.
And Trump did run that ad that we talked about tonight, and it seemed that ad might have been more. What we're seeing tonight thus far is more about that ad than it is clearly about field organizing in places like North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Well, it may be, and it may be that the ad made an impression that you couldn't change. Everybody up, as of 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock tonight, I thought we were going to win. She had the momentum. She was optimistic and joy. I said it was a difference between joy and oi.
Yeah.
She was joy and Trump was oi. Well, oi, they won.
Well, not yet. He hasn't. The last thing on this is, so I hear what's going on. I hear that there's something that Trump wasn't beaten, but don't the Democrats, doesn't the party have to look inside and say, we've lost to this guy twice. We almost lost him 3 times. We lost him twice. If this is how it shows up tonight, and we need serious institutional change within our own party. Where would that start?
They said that last time, guys. In this in 2016, they were coping with hey, Democrats party, you need to reinvent yourself. You need to do all these things, but it really, it just seems like they don't learn. We're gonna go look at another channel here who's reporting on it. Benny Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we are ready. We are rocking. We are rolling. We're ready to go. Look at that. The next thing to happen is a call here, or here. 77% in Wisconsin. Wisconsin has flipped back to Donald Trump. 77% in Wisconsin. Donald Trump is up. Holy smokes. Forgive me. I've taken my eye off the ball in Wisconsin. Forgive me.
Yeah, Wisconsin looks
Ladies and gentlemen, in Wisconsin, Donald Trump has a 100,000 vote buffer.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump, with 77% in, is going to win Wisconsin. They're going to win. They're going to win. Donald Trump may win Michigan. Look at this. 50% in. Donald Trump has a 80,000 vote buffer. And that lead is only growing. 82% in. Donald Trump. Oh, they just changed the numbers. Holy smokes. President Trump.
I don't know why he's acting so surprised, though. That's the thing that kind of bothers me. Holy smokes. Yeah, dude, calm down. It's not like this. It's not about being shocked. Be shocked if they steal it, brother. Be shocked if they steal it, but it's not a shock that people are going out to vote. Jay Beretta said earlier. Jay Beretta said earlier something about Kamala not. Wait a minute. Yeah, so when we talked about why Kamala Harris was losing, Jay Beretta said it makes sense because no one elected her. I think people forget that in the United States, they have to vote amongst their own party who they're going to put forward. But just randomly, Kamala Harris was given to the people as an option, and it's actually it contradicts democracy in the United States. This is not normal, right? So you should not be shocked that someone who was never elected to run for the president of the United States, that they're losing. So the primaries were never ran. There was never an election for the Democratic Party in the primaries in the United States. So like Jay Beretta says, yeah, it makes sense that she's losing because she was never elected. I'm hoping, by the way, guys, that if somehow, because we've been doing the stream for 2 hours, I may have to take a pee break. Again, if you're watching this, the only reason why I'm doing this live is because my life is directly affected by whoever is president of the United States. I'm an American citizen living in Russia, and American politics affects us more than any other country after the United States. No other country is affected more by American politics than Russia right now. So I definitely have to pay attention. Let's tune in on the live feed of the Google. Here we have 230. Let's see if it moved up. Any other states been called? No, they have not. 3.4. We're gonna go straight into this. You guys don't need to vote this time. 3.4. And it stays at 3.4. That in itself is a victory for Kamala Harris. That in itself is showing like, hey, it's how it goes. And by the way, the reason why we're doing Google is because Google is the most liberal, left-leaning website. So if they call it for Donald Trump, then it's definitely for Donald Trump. We do have on the live feed here the rally, Donald Trump's rally. So if he does get elected, he will hopefully speak, and we'll have it here live. Right, so I do have all of these websites open. I'm going to keep it on the live feed on the Google because we know the Google is the most left-leaning website, and I'm also going to keep it open on the side on the Young Turks because they are really good for drama and also for Benny. So Benny is the super radical right, and the Turks are super radical left, and we're gonna be here in the middle. So if you guys want to be sticking with me, I appreciate it. Douglas Burke says the last time I went to bed after an election. The last time I went to bed after an election and the Democrats were losing, I woke up for some BS. That's hilarious. I mean, it's just funny because it happened to me as well. Douglas, it happened to me as well, man. And it seems like the Twilight Zone could happen again. Do not go to sleep, Douglas. Do not go to sleep. So Nevada closes their ballots and their voting later than the rest of the country because I believe they're in the Pacific, right? So that side of the country is some of the last one to close the ballots or the voting stations. So you're gonna have to wait. And we also cannot sleep. Yes, there is the Senate and the House of Congress. So there's a lot of stuff that's happening. By the way, guys, I have here, like I mentioned, I want to run it through you guys. For the people who are going to stick with this stream, because I know there's way better streams. I'm admitting it. But just so you guys know, what I'm going to have on the table for you guys here is I'm going to have the most left-leaning website, which is Google. The Google will tell us electoral college votes here. You see 230. But we also have a realistic website, which is called Polymarket. It tells us exactly like percentage-wise the likeliness of which candidate is going to win what. We're going to refresh that. 3.4, Kamala Harris has still not gone down. We also have a radical left-leaning YouTube channel, The Young Turks. And we have a radical right left-leaning guy, Benny Johnson. And we have a neutral channel here. It's called Election Time. Really cool channel. They've been reporting all day. Their channel has grown significantly. They were under 200,000 subscribers when I saw them, and now they're almost close to 400,000 subscribers. Really cool. And I'm doing all of these different things because although you may not agree that Benny Johnson is radicalized, you're wrong. He's radicalized to one side and the Young Turks are radicalized to another side. It's very hard to be in the middle. But I have these different channels open so you can see them. And finally, I have the channel where Donald Trump may give his like acceptance speech, I guess. If he does come on, we're going to see it live. And I'm staying live through all of this because I'm living in Russia. I'm greatly affected by American politics, and it's only 1 in the afternoon here, so I can stay awake all night. We don't have to be like Douglas to go to sleep and wake up with a robbery. Yeah. Good day from Australia. Hope Trump wins so I can get to Russia. Nice, man. Yeah, a lot of people want to visit Russia, but because of the politics and the possible Kamala Harris victory, it can ruin that, right? Because then we have more negative anti-Russian views. It's very bad. I mean, right now is not a good time to live. The Republicans just secured the Senate seats. Okay, let's check that out. I also have that open for you guys, so we can, in fact, check on the Senate. The Senate, by the way, is really important. So here you can see the Senate is 99% chance, very likely for the Republicans. The presidency, 99% chance for the Republicans. The House is almost at a toss-up. So it's leaning towards the Republicans, but it could be a toss-up by the end of this stream. We don't know. Thank you so much for joining us. By the way, if you've been watching, let me know, okay? If you leave next time, just let me know so I can say thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, in the end, actually, like, it is what it is. I don't care what happened in 2016. I don't care what happens this year. I just want to prepare myself. I already told you guys are on the front line. Whoever lives in the United States, it's you guys who are on the front line of all of the politics. You guys have to deal with the taxes. You guys have to deal with the wars and the conflict. You have to deal with the cost of living. You have to deal with the cost of life, for eating, for bills, for insurances. It's you guys who have to. It's so sad for me to say it, but it's you guys who have to endure the suck. And you know how it goes. Hello, Joe. Thank you so much for tuning in. And like, it's you guys who have to be dealing with whatever happens in America. The rest of the world doesn't know what we went through, like, right? I don't live in America anymore, but it's you guys who have to deal with it, and the rest of the world thinks that it's like the land of honey and the Hollywood and everybody wants to come to America, but we're the only ones who understand the suffering. It's only us who understand the work that we have to put in, the lies that we deal with, the cost of being Americans. Meanwhile, the rest of the world thinks we're living in the land of honey and sweet dreams. Hello from Massachusetts. Shout out to Massachusetts. Shout out to all my Eastern boys out there, all my New Englanders. I don't know if you're from New England or you're from Texas, but shout out to Massachusetts. Beautiful state. The spirit of America is somewhere in New England. Shout out to Boston. Shout out to all those northern states, northeast states, New England, really, really true America. Sad what's happening right now, because if we go to the map here, you see that New England is very blue, which makes no sense because that's supposed to be where the heart of America is. It's so weird. Like, I've heard stories about the New England territory because my brother was out there. My brother told me so many good things about like New England, Massachusetts in general, and it just doesn't make any sense why they're so liberal. That's where we got our freedom from. That's where our Minutemen came from, men of this stock, right? Like, it's crazy. comment if you're from New England, because I want to know your opinion on this. New England is the area that gave us our liberty, our freedom. It was the New England territory. So the original 13 colonies, the majority of them, of the best fighters, were from the northern New England territory. Yeah, the taxes here in Russia are insanely low. Insanely low. I love Canada. I love Canada because it's a lot of people who are being mismanaged and like very badly governed, but the people are amazing. I don't mind paying taxes, but it's the use of meaning. But use it on meaningful stuff, not dumb wars and creating a hyper welfare state. You need to clean up your language, brother. We don't do that. You don't have to say bad words. Yeah, but the taxes have never been a problem if they use it right. You know, you look at some countries, they use their taxes and they show you. And I'll give you an example, like El Salvador in Central America. There is a state that uses its taxes to push forward its society. So yeah, definitely I understand the taxes would be really good because they're really high. It means that there has more money to put into society, but they're not using it that way. They're not using it that way. We're gonna do a refreshing on the Google map here to see if there's been any new updates. Nope, 2:30. We're gonna scroll up here. The chances of winning for Kamala Harris are stuck at 3.4%. Yeah, we're gonna refresh that, but we're gonna get back to this. I have the worst vocabulary. I really have really bad mouth, but for streams and for the channel, I need to clean it up because of monetization and all that. You know how it works. But yeah, I have a horrible marine mouth. And now my wife does too. She's just cursing in English all the time. Do Americans vote abroad? Yes, they do. I know many Americans who were here in Russia that were able to vote abroad. I think they casted the vote through a third-party country. Let's refresh. Let's refresh now, guys. We're gonna refresh. Kamala Harris is stuck at 3.4%. We're gonna see if she's gone up or down or stayed at the same place. Stayed at the same place. Honestly, I'm telling you, she's holding on a dream there. She's holding on a dream to be president of the United States. Yeah, so I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, the House will definitely show why some areas vote blue rather than red. Let's tune in now. Please comment down below in the chat right now if you want to see the meltdown on the Young Turks or you want to see the super happy right wing guy. Let me know in the comments right now. We're gonna go see the meltdown from the Young Turks, or we're gonna go see a little too happy right winger. More meltdown, more meltdown. Because honestly, to me, they're the same, guys. To me, they're the same. When you have a guy who's too radical right, it's the same as having a radical left. You're a lunatic in your own bubble. Let's go to the meltdown. We're going to go to the meltdown first, Tom, but we're going to go back to the super right winger.
And the people that ran the campaign are smart. And they do know their politics. They know how to do it. But I don't think if you're thinking that we needed Bernie Sanders and a Bernie Sanders type campaign, you know, maybe universal health care, maybe that would have made a difference. And maybe it's the issues. And I've been for universal health care. And maybe that would have got some of these people that are upset with what's going on now and look at the Democrats, the Republicans, as Huey Long did, just waiters taking the soup from the same kitchen, prepared by the Wall Street chefs, one coming out from the left side, one coming out from the right side. Huey wasn't necessarily wrong. I look at Huey's statue, and Congress oftentimes think Huey.
Man, they're talking about Bernie Sanders. They're talking about Bernie Sanders. That's,
as you pointed out, this is a spectacular failure if it ends like this. And you say we got to do a wholesale change, but if you don't fire your leaders, what change are we talking about? So, I mean, and I would be shocked if the Democrats in the Senate got rid of Schumer and the Democrats in the House got rid of Hakeem Jeffries. My guess is you guys will do exactly what you've been doing the day before. You'll stay the course and then make that same mistake 1,000 times over. How am I wrong? Is there any chance those two leaders will be removed?
Probably not.
They're talking about removing leaders now. They're talking about Bernie Sanders. They eat themselves, guys. The left has always ate themselves. Jay Beretta is talking about Proposition 36 gonna pass in California, making crime illegal. So that's another thing. I told you guys, there's not only voting for presidency, they sneak in these laws that you vote for. And in California, they're notorious for voting some crazy stuff. Yeah, let's go to the super right guy now. Benny Johnson is just having a blast right now. He's having a blast.
Has believed that X's
rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people.
That's so brutal. I can't. It's always that. Man. It's always, they always race bait. They always sex bait. They always do this, guys. This is what's weird for me, that how can people fall for the same trick all the time? They gotta be weird. Listen, one of the weirdest things for me is this. My mom is a immigrant to the United States. I never once heard my mom say, man, I'm being put down by the man because I'm an immigrant and I'm brown. But Americans who are born in the United States complained all the time. That's what's weird to me. My mom is obviously now a United States citizen. Yeah, it's my cat. You guys are so funny. Yes, it's Pushina. And she's like, yeah, it's Pushina. Pushina. So that what I was trying to get to is that the left always says, hey, it's because I'm a woman, it's because I'm black, it's because of this, it's because of that. But my mother never complained, and my mother was always like, I mean, as long as I've known my mom, she's always been brown and horrible English, but she's worked 3 jobs all her life in the United States, got 5 kids through college, well, 4 kids through college, 1 through the military. And my mama never complained. But on the left, you see these newscasters are always like, oh, the white female voters or the black voters and all of this. How could they always make it about race and sex? It's crazy. That's why I would never go left, because I wouldn't go right either. I wouldn't be a Republican, but I definitely wouldn't be a Democrat because of that, because my mother is an immigrant female, obviously, who never complained once. Let's go back into the polls here. Sorry, the results here for For Google, we're looking at 230, 210. It's stuck at 210. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Remember when I said this 10 electoral votes? Who had 10 electoral votes? Like Colorado, Minnesota. So they can sweep this under the rug if randomly Georgia last time it mysteriously found tens of thousands of votes and Georgia went for the Democrats. Arizona also did the same things, guys. I don't know if you remember, but it's playing out almost the same way. The Arizona and what the heck was that other one? Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania. Yes, okay. These three right now, Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, have the possibility of switching up on you while you're going to sleep, and you wake up and they look super red, but they're actually going to be blue by the time you wake up. So that's the problem that I'm seeing, guys. To golos lo. Tell me what I'm saying, okay? To lo. To golo. Golosoval na gosusluga. What the? I've never read that word before. Da, eta.
It's app, government app where you can vote.
Ah.
It has who vote on this app.
Okay, guys, look, this is my sister chiming in. Let me put we're gonna, man, this is gonna could put out the conversations that are happening right now between my siblings is funny because one or the other can air each other out their information, like pay your bills. Okay, this is one thing. Sush, can you say hi?
No.
Why?
Ready.
I just say hi.
Hi.
No, come over here and say hi.
Nah.
Come
You
on.
go like this.
Yeah, just go like this. Hi. Здравствуйте.
It's like this fast. Hi.
That's my wife. She's getting ready to do some things. But before you go, we want to know if you were gonna vote, who you would vote for, okay?
In America?
Da. Wait, come over here and tell us who you would vote for.
I even don't know. Probably it was Trump.
You're gonna get us canceled. Go away.
Bye.
Yeah, so she said she would vote for Trump if she could vote. I'm not gonna say who I would vote for. I just wanted to hear what a Russian would vote for. And now we're gonna get
trick, man.
Yeah, I tricked you. Honestly, it is it's funny. Yeah, so all I know is they promised to clear my student loan. That didn't happen. I'm outie. Oh my god. They did promise student loan forgiveness and all these things, and you know this is how they get you, Luce. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. Regards from Arizona. Arizona, red, red, red. Catherine. Yeah, they try to bait us so many of it never ends, man. It's never ending. This is just ridiculous. Let's go ahead and look back at the poly polls here. The poly market has it stuck at 96.8. We're gonna refresh, but now we do have to know. Comment down below. Did Kamala go up or down in the possible winning of the United States presidency? Did she go up or down? Everybody, please let me know. It's really nice to see Wayne, you're still in here, or you came back in. Wayne representing Canada, Sid out there in Hawaii. I don't know if Jay Beretta's still flying somewhere. I hope you don't stop riding until you land, because I hate flying. I hate it, absolutely hate it. Let me know, guys. The ring's right here. Oh, by the way, this is on my right hand because here in Russia it's Orthodox, right? And it's just a normal golden ring. All right, let's go. So if you guys think that Kamala Harris has gone up in her chances to win the presidency, you have to write up. If you think Kamala Harris has chances of winning have gone down, just write down. And we're going to refresh the page right now. But please interact with the chat. Are you going to go into the center?
Not yet, my father's asleep.
Really? What are you going to go for?
We need something for dinner.
Mm.
And probably we need to take water, but it's rain
Yeah, it's raining, huh?
non-stop.
Yeah, you want to tell the people how bad the weather is?
It's just normal weather.
Okay, but later, can you come and talk to us a little bit? I have some
Like
questions
that?
for you. Yeah. You look great. All right, let's see, guys. 3.4. It's still holding. It's still holding. I don't care what anybody says. It's still holding. And it's going to hold. And it's going to hold. This is where Trump's going to have his talk. Poly market 3.4. Still 3.4. And let me tell you why I think it's still 3.4 and it hasn't gone up or down. It's because the states which are Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, these states are the ones that made the big difference last time. And it could really, really be something they could pull something from under the rug, guys. Do not sleep. There was somebody here who said they fell asleep and the other guys lost the elections. Good night, Luz. I love you. I love you so much. Just Luz, wake up tomorrow and hopefully it's not a dream. That's my little sister, guys. Yeah, so there is tigers, but they're in the far eastern Siberian territory, and their habitat is not so big. But there is tigers, and there is a world where tigers and bear exist in the same place. That is probably not where you want to visit. Let's check in on our friends. Oh, we got the queen herself. Let's see what she has to say.
In regard to Biden's mental health, that was a giant mistake by the Democratic Party, and they're suffering consequences for that. We have to be real about this, guys. We just do. And you know, magical thinking isn't going to help the Democratic Party. They're not going to win with magical thinking. They have to come to terms with the mistakes that they've made, and it shouldn't be a close election, but it is. And it's not looking good for Kamala Harris.
So I don't know if we said this already, but Fisher won in Nebraska. Osborne, the independent that had a really interesting run there, did wind up losing. So
Just by a couple of points, it looks like.
yeah, but and he had a good run. He didn't do anything wrong. He did a lot of things right. It's very, very hard to win a Senate seat in Nebraska if you're not Republican.
Really good
And
question.
I think he did as well as anybody could have done. And
I don't see her conceding. I just don't see it because Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania have not been called. These are the states that just can randomly go to the Democrats. Let's look at the map again. Let's see what states they can pull from under the rug from the Republican Party. Hey, thank you so much. We love you, man. You've been by the way, guys, subscribe if you haven't already, please. Does she concede? Well, in my opinion, she should not because Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania have not been called. Let's do some numbers here. $11 plus 19 equals 30. So that's 11 from Arizona, 19 from Pennsylvania, and 16 from Georgia. That's 46. Minnesota's 10. And she could probably just randomly steal. Wait, Nevada's always weird. Let's see. Michigan, maybe? No, that's far gone. Okay, Wisconsin. She could win 10 more from Wisconsin. I mean, she can win, guys. She can win. She could pull it off with just those states that I called. If she wins those states, she gets to 270. She can win. They can steal it again. Let's see how many are. Yeah, let's see if. Nevada has 6 electoral votes. So if Donald Trump wins Nevada, it would just be 6 points. But if Kamala Harris wins it, it would be much better. Like for her, it helps Kamala Harris much more than it helps Donald Trump. Let's look at and refresh the numbers. The reason why, and Jay Bird is asking, does she concede or what? She does not, because they did this last time. Last time, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada always took a long time to get their numbers in. And she can actually still win, even with the numbers that we're watching now. It can be a miscount again. It could be, oh, wait for Tamara. It can be so many things. Semper Fi, brother, thank you for your surveys. We're going to refresh everything again. We're going to go look at the meltdown. We're going to look at everything. Refresh here, 230 for Trump, still at 230. Polymarket puts Kamala Harris chance of winning as long as it's not a 0%, she has a chance to win. Refresh. 3.3, it went down. 1.1%, it went down. Meltdown time.
How much do we think people, when they vote Senate and House, that they go and, you know, someone in Nebraska, someone in Jersey, someone in Nevada, Arizona says, you know, I'm thinking about Chuck Schumer right now. Is that vote for the guy in my Senate? They don't. I don't know. Maybe they don't.
No, JR.
I just don't see that.
No, but JR, okay, I hear you on 100%. There's not a single person that voted in Nebraska that thought about Chuck Schumer. Or maybe they did because of some ads or something when they generally hate the Democrats. No, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, how do they run their races? How do they run the party, right? And the way they run the party is donor, neocons, former Republicans, let's all 7 of you, we're gonna win, we're gonna get the Republicans in the suburbs, all that stuff. And it never works. They always go back to the same well. Why? Because they can't get off the donor crack. And so if you want to run a real campaign, here, I'll tell you how to run a real campaign.
He said the donor crack. He said the donor crack. That's hilarious. They're still complaining about this donor money that doesn't get put into the campaign. It gets put into the people who donate, like into their special interests. Right now in the meltdown, that's what the topic is the donations from the people, the donors crack or something like that. That is so funny. Now let's go tune into the radical right.
By 110,000 votes. You got to bring the champagne in. We got to get our champagne.
Trump is not speaking
May all
yet.
your pain be champagne. Ladies and gentlemen, except for our haters. Then we can have some real pain, baby. We are now looking at Philadelphia having a lower return for Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. Oh, really? So I guess Barack Obama wobbling in there, looking like Slender Man, skinny, emaciated, like terminal looking.
Man, that guy's so annoying. He's so annoying. I can't stand stuff like that. I really can't. Oh, and I had it on the wrong one, I think. No, I can't stand it. Like, I can't stand when, both sides are just horrible to each other. All the slander. Hello to Sochi. Yeah, I do plan on going hunting. Actually, in the future, very close to the future, I will be shooting a video at a rifle range. I'm going to be shooting rifles here in Russia. So I'm going to be giving another class on how Russians can own guns. Exactly. That's what blows my mind, how these two sides have so many viewers, so many followers, so many supporters, and the human beings have been radicalized. Both sides are acting the same way, just changing the flavor a little bit. But they're both toxic flavors, so it's really, really bad.
Take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure she loses Pennsylvania. There'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to Axman.
I think this is where Trump is supposed to talk.
When Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of spin around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be accurate.
Oh my God, dude.
Instance where we've said, we've looked at enough and seen 90% of the vote.
I don't care what anybody says. MAGA people, like ultra MAGA people, are hilarious. I really love to see like cringy videos from super MAGA people. We will be going to the Trump thing when he starts to talk. I'm gonna put us right back into that, guys, and we're gonna see it together. Yeah, that's what it's like, right, Libby? Like, they make you choose of two toxic sides. The people really go to the different sides, man. It's so annoying. It's like, it makes no sense why anybody would kind of register for any of these two types of people. The ones, the Young Turks and this other weirdo, because they're the same thing. They're both toxic. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically that. Like, the majority of the American voter is very uneducated and voting. I heard a story from a person on the news, like it was a YouTube channel, and they were promoting left stuff, and they said somebody called and they don't know how to vote because their grandma died and they always voted for whoever their grandma said. It's like, what the? You're telling me you've been voting out of what someone else said? Whoa, that's so weird. It's so weird. It's so weird that people actually are told, hey, this is an important thing, so pay attention and do it right and learn and do some things, do some background investigation on what you're voting for, and they don't do it, and then we have this. Okay, this is where I might lose some of you guys. The thing that really blows my mind. Hey, did you land, Did you land, guy? Did you land? Did you land? I need to know if you landed, bro, because I can't check my phone. You're taking off? You haven't even started to fly? All right, bro. Be safe. Hopefully by the time you land, you have a new president. Hopefully it wraps up and it's good. That's my brother right there, Jay Beretta. He's about to take a flight. Hopefully his plane lands safely wherever he's going to land. And hopefully by the time he lands, we do have a new president in the United States without any controversy. I hope it's clear and there's no drama. I'm constantly checking to see if the new president is ready to give his speech. I want to make it very clear that we are doing this stream from Siberian Russia. We are streaming live from Irkutsk Oblast, and I'm doing this because I am an American who lives in Russia, and American politics directly affects my life. And if you have been with me through this stream, please consider hitting like because it helps my channel grow and it helps the community grow. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. We're going to continue to voice our opinion here, and we're going to continue to watch this very, very unique time in history together. Okay, let's see.
For the rich man, the campaign coach.
I have to mute it for when there's music, guys, because we don't want to get copyrighted, right? We're going to stay on this. We're going to see what's going to happen. Hey, by the way, we're going to be on this. We're going to look at it. It doesn't look like he's coming out yet, guys. They're doing some sort of dancing. It's MAGA. Thank you so much, Wayne. It's really a pleasure always to have such amazing people in this community. You know, you're awesome, brother. That's hilarious. I told him not to say bad words or curse, but he's my older brother, so he can do whatever he wants. It's not good for the stream when you have bad words like that. Well, he's not going to listen to me. He's my older brother. It looks like they're dancing. They're having a dance off over there in at this little podium thing. My favorite Mexican beer is Modelo. I think Modelo is the best Mexican beer, or yeah. Yeah, Pacifico is really nice too, actually. But I like Modelo, bro. It's really smooth. It has a really good flavor, and I think that a beer should be smooth enough to where a man can enjoy it, but not be called like too feminine. And Modelo is like on the edge, right? It's on the line, because some beer is way too girly, and you can't drink it. But Modelo is on the line. It's not too weak, but it's smooth enough to where you can enjoy. I don't have a favorite Russian beer, guys. I don't think this Trump's coming out yet. Somebody said he would be coming out, but I don't think he's coming out.
Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the.
We'll get back to that. Let's go back to the Google. We know that the Google is the most left-leaning website. So if it announces Trump as a winner, then it's secured in the bag. We also have Polymarket, which is the more accurate website. We're going to go look at both. and then we're going to tune into the regular things. If you're just joining us or if you've been watching, you know the rules. You know how it goes. 230 straight. 3.3 for Kamala Harris. 2.9. That's been the biggest drop since we started doing this. 2.9. This has been the biggest drop for Kamala Harris since we started doing this live stream, which is almost 3 hours. Golly. Definitely not looking good for Kamala Harris. And we knew it wasn't going to be looking good. We knew it wasn't going to be looking good, but we want the world to kind of accept it, and we want a clear winner, and we want everything to kind of announce and go away. Donald Trump is still not out.
Governor Brian Kemp, if you remember 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried.
Okay, he's not out yet. We're gonna continue here. I guess for now we are seeing Sevos. Wie geht's es dir? AJ. Wie heißt du? Trump is winning the popular vote. Yeah. So Trump is winning the popular vote, and he's winning on the numbers. Which last time this happened, I think maybe he wasn't on the popular side, which was really weird because it was Joe Biden, and everybody was like, wait, how did he get that many votes? I have no idea how it happened last time, but I'm scared it could happen again, but we'll see. Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, I don't know how cold. Well, in Germany, it maybe will be cold, but here in Russia and Siberia, we're looking at about 2 degrees to 3 degrees right now. It's not so cold. It's raining, which means it's not so cold. But yeah. You can see right now, this is supposed to be the podium where Donald Trump will probably accept 240. Let's see. Let's go to the poll, to the numbers here. Georgia is not taken by, according to Google, but let's see now. Yeah, we're gonna wait on Google, man. We're gonna wait on Google because Google is the left-leaning media, and if it doesn't put a state, it means it's not gonna be taking it. We're gonna be on the tail end of this. We're gonna be on the tail end of this. I know a lot of people have already made that Donald Trump has won, but we know what happened last time. We know that last time people went to sleep. He had it in the bag, and then they accounted things in the morning. They pull off something like they pulled off last time, where they have to recount, and they're not sure. Yeah, Vaughn, but we know what they did last time, brother. We know it. We know what they did last time, and Georgia was one of those horrible states that really had so many problems. So we're going to stay here until it's done, until one of them accepts the presidency, until the other one just says, I'm out. We need to see this through. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a legit call. But what I'm trying to explain, Vaughn, is that Google needs to accept it. And that's why we're tracking this Google counter, because once it turns it, and maybe it already turned it, let's check it. It hasn't. Google is like the most leftist website, And if they don't accept it, they literally erase history. They can write whatever they want on the internet. All the searches can be whatever they want. They control the internet. We need Google to accept it. They haven't yet, so that's where we are. Here we go. Still not done by the way, I am streaming from Irkutsk Oblast, Russia. Right now it is 1:55 in the afternoon. It is almost 1400. I'm going to be on here until somebody accepts the nominee. And by the way, please do subscribe or hit like, because I really appreciate you guys who have been with me through all the types of videos. This is not something that I often do. Also, if you want to donate for this program, for this channel, the best way to do it is through PayPal, through the email on the screen. This is the best way to help out the channel. I know that probably Kamala Harris will not talk, because Kamala Harris didn't talk last time. I mean, Hillary Clinton didn't want to talk. So I feel that this time Kamala Harris, if she loses, will not want to talk either. But we will keep our eye out on the side of Trump. I am hoping that if Trump wins, that there is better relationship between Russia and the United States, because I want there to be better relationships for my kids, for my wife. I mean, I can't imagine trying to go to the United States right now with my wife. I could get arrested. They could mistreat her. Like, I don't trust America enough to go there right now under their views of Russian people and the Russian government. So if President Trump does win, I hope that he does kind of fix some relationships that have been broken in the last 4 years with Russia and the United States. Yeah, this is definitely, I do believe that he can talk with him, because he's talked with him in the past. By the way, guys, let's go back now to the live numbers. Let's look at the live on the Google, 230 electoral votes. 230 still. Minnesota's not called. All right, it's time to play that game. It's time to play that game, guys. I'll take this off here. It's time to play that game. Did Kamala Harris chances of winning the presidency, did they go down or up? I'm going to put a poll on the screen for you guys. And hopefully you guys can I started a poll. You guys can vote. Can Kamala make a comeback? We know in the past, a lot of you guys in the past talked about how you went to sleep and you woke up, and the Democrats came and won the election. So I'm going to leave this poll. I need everybody who's watching to vote. Please, if you're watching, vote. We're also going to be doing a refreshment of the page on the Poly Market. Let's go here, 2.9. 1.8, no way. Over 1% down. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. It went down more than 1%. That's comedy. Okay, guys. When I say can she make a comeback, obviously they're going to need to do what they did last time, but they did it once before, so they can do it again. I'm going to take a bathroom break, but I'm going to leave you guys with what's happening in here, maybe.
Part of the campaign, I said, "What's going on there?" Because it was men. It was white
No,
men.
these guys put too much crazy stuff. Maybe I'll leave you on the
They don't
meltdown.
want to be either the
goes, the presidency goes to Donald Trump.
Yeah, if Pennsylvania is called, it's over.
Unless, of course, Alaska surprises.
Yeah, Alaska will not surprise. Alaska barely ever surprised, although they did last time because of ranked choice voting, which is also a lot of the ballot measures. The one piece of good news, the one thing you could
I'll be right
always
back, guys.
rely on, and the Democrats never pay attention to it, is in Maine, ballot measure 1, which Operation Hope did a lot of phone banking for, to get money out of politics. 73%.
Nice.
Crushing victory. Okay.
Love it.
Yeah. So you know why I did a part of the phone banking there. The Operation Hope guys that are in the town hall, and we got to go to tyt.com/hope. You'll see when the next town hall is, etc. Those guys are the best people on planet Earth. Okay. And when we called into Maine, it didn't matter if we got a Democrat or a Republican or anyone. Like when we called into Massachusetts for the minimum wage, we got a lot of pushback. So I'm not surprised by that result at all. But in Maine, everybody from every party and non-party is like, oh yeah, I hate the money in politics. I hate it, right? But Democrats are like, what? Money in politics is a problem? What do you mean? I just got $1 billion. How'd that turn out for you, Kamala Harris? How'd that turn out for your Democratic Party? $1 billion, flush it down the toilet. And you know what? I'm glad. I'm not glad about the grassroots people who gave and lost their money on this party. I feel terrible about that. But the incredibly wealthy corporations and executives and et cetera that gave to Kamala Harris, you lost your money? Oh no, you will not be able to fire Lena Khan now. You will not get all the goodies and favors that you wanted. Don't worry. Just bribe Trump. He'll give it to you. He'll give you the same exact things you want. And by the way, they were going to fire Lena Khan either way because J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate, theoretically is in favor of Lena Khan, and he has said that. But who do you think is more important and will get to control decisions in the Trump White House more? The vice president or the largest donor Trump has, who is Elon Musk? Okay, I'll give you a cheat sheet for this test. Very easy one, Elon Musk. He will be...
Man, they can't handle it. They can't handle it. All right, let's go. So Skull says that Google updated. We are gonna go refresh. We're gonna go refresh here. Oh, it did update. Who do they call? Georgia. Georgia got called. Georgia. And Nevada is red. Whoa, this is crazy. Nevada turned red. That's 6 electoral votes. Okay, if they call Pennsylvania, it's done. Arizona and Pennsylvania, and that's it. I agree. I think it's coming to that point, guys, where they're going to get ready. Like everybody's getting the call that says, "Hey, get ready with the program. He's gonna win." What's I gonna do here? You know, Georgia closing. That's it. They can't steal it again. They can't. They cannot take Georgia anymore. If it's called, it's called. And that means that they can't do it again. If Pennsylvania gets called, it's over. It's over if Pennsylvania gets called, because those were the states that were really causing problems. Last time they stole this, they were really like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Florida. But Florida's already been called. Georgia's already been called. 90% counted in Pennsylvania, that's it. It's a wrap. Yeah, it's right. Toby's called it as well. Like, yeah, the gap is too big. 93% counted. It's done. Now the only thing we have to wait for is for the Harris party to concede. Like, they have to concede. They have to. For some reason, they still haven't done it. Let's go back to the poly market. Okay. Let's go back to the poly market and let's see if she falls below 1%. She's got to call it. She's got to just call somebody and say, I concede, it's over. Let's update this. 1.3. 1.3. 1.3. Are you kidding me? She's getting ready to fall under 1% chance to win. At that point, it's going to be really hard to steal this one. It's going to be really hard. They really hit it last time. Last time they really hit it, but this time it's just going to get really hard for them. That's wild. She's almost below 1%. Now, Pennsylvania, of course, should be Donald Trump. Arizona should be Donald Trump. This is the one state, Pennsylvania and Arizona, rather, two states that once they're called, it's over 100%. It's a dead end for Kamala Harris. That Georgia being called is good, but you need to wait for the Google to call Pennsylvania. Again, guys, the reason why we're looking at the Google is because Google is the most left-leaning website. So if Google calls it for Trump, there's no way they can steal it, because now it's just there and it's cemented and written down in history on the Google. Last time this happened, it never got announced. It never got accepted by Google. And yeah.
Of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. Maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here, and Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee not mistaken.
We're waiting to see if Donald Trump is going to speak soon. I honestly don't understand why Kamala Harris has not called it yet. This is what bothers me, because look, we're on the poly market here, and she's at 1.3%. And if we refresh that, maybe 1.2, no, 1.3 still. There's absolutely no shot for her to win. If Pennsylvania gets called, when it gets called, it's game over. GG well played. She needs to concede already. Like, a lot of us, guys, I guarantee you, a lot of us are here because we know what happened last time and we want it to be over. Comment below if that's what you're looking for, is an election that ends without drama. That's what we want, is an election that ends without drama. Hopefully nothing gets brought up about Russia. I can't take it anymore. I can't do it anymore.
Blind.
Conservatives to think that?
Primary, that's your only hope. And so if you say it's super hard to beat him in a primary because of the lying sons of bitches on mainstream media, who will smear you to no end, who will fight harder against progressives and populists than Republicans or Donald Trump or anyone else, well, brothers and sisters, nobody said life was fair. So we got to go fight that mainstream media. We got to destroy that mainstream media that is filled with lies on top of lies about how the politicians are so honest and the donors have no control over policy. They have 100% control over policy. Everyone in mainstream media is a liar who goes, oh, well, here's a bill. Well, I'm not going to talk about the donors at all. I think they're having an ideological debate. Oh, look at that. The donor class won the ideological debate again, but I won't call them the donor class. I won't tell you that it's corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats that are playing good cop and bad cop against you the entire time. So these Democratic leaders are the most useless people on earth. If they're not all fired, the Democratic Party is out of its mind. So as the voters, And you have to understand, those guys have a vested interest in protecting their own ass and protecting their money and their privilege and their status. You need to fire them. They're not going to fire themselves. You think Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Kamala Harris, and all these people go, oh yeah, I got Jamie Harrison and DNC. Oh yeah, I guess we were the problem. You think the Democratic consultant class that have been robbing you blind this entire time is going to go, oh, I guess we were the problem? No, you have to fire them. So the next time that some son of a bitch on MSNBC or in the Democratic Party tells you, oh no, be a good boy and girl, be civil, and vote for Democratic leaders, they know what they're doing. Those are the same goddamn liars that told you that Joe Biden was totally fine, that he was young and he was dynamic behind the scenes.
All right, we're gonna give him a break. He's on full meltdown mode. He hit critical mass. That guy's brain is like ding, 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 ding. That guy is a loony.
Bull.
Let's see what this lunatic is saying.
Impossible. Call the freaking state. Get it going.
I'm so excited for this. This is the most excited I've been in so long. And we've done like so much exciting stuff this year, but like everything we did was for tonight.
Yes.
It's 1 a.m. I'm running on adrenaline right now. It's amazing.
Running on adrenaline. Do we actually have champagne?
Yeah. I'm gonna
okay,
bring it in.
great.
You.
That's awesome. Well, wait. I mean, when Pennsylvania called, we're going to let it rip. Klein, I am so sorry. I will not spray any of the equipment. I will not. We're going to cause a lot of damage tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Pennsylvania needs to be called. Once Pennsylvania is called, I think that this is going to get a lot more clear for people. I think that they're actually going to start accepting it. I think the main media, like the mainstream media, is going to have to accept it if Pennsylvania is called, because already Georgia has been called, and these are some of the most flip-flopping states that everybody was talking about. These states, right? Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. These are some of the states that we didn't really know what was going to happen. Even Florida was possibly could have switched over. I don't know. For me, I need it to be called. I need to know exactly who's going to be my next president, because I am telling you guys over and over again, American politics really affects me and my life more out here in Russia than it ever did in the United States. The only other time American politics affected me was when the United States government sent me to go to war to Afghanistan. That was the one time that it had power over me, when I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. And after I left the United States Marine Corps, I traveled throughout Europe and I worked around the world. And after that, I never saw American politics in my life until I came to Russia. So it's only been two occasions. One, when I was in the United States Marine Corps, when politics directly affected my life, and I was in a trench in Helmand province many, many times. And now, living in Russia, being married to a Russian, American politics is bothering me once again more than ever. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, please do join my Telegram, The Russian Experience on Telegram. And if you want to donate to this channel and you want to support this channel, you can donate on PayPal to the email that you see on the screen. Another thing I'll say, I didn't have a problem with the United States controlling my life as a United States Marine. The problem with the military came for me was after they left Afghanistan in the way that they did it. But even then, they didn't control my life, or the politics didn't really affect my life. And then the sanctions came. That's a whole nother story that one day I probably talk about it in full. But American sanctions on Russia ended up screwing my life more than I could ever imagine, and the life of many of my siblings here now. Like, I have a father-in-law, my wife, a brother-in-law. So I have people who are affected by this craziness. Let's see if, nope. We're going to go and see the poly market. I have a feeling it's going to go lower than 1.3 now. 1.2, there we go. A small point percentage has gone down. By the way, I don't have a problem with the United States. I feel that it's a great country. I feel that the American people can make America a beautiful and strong country. I think that the American people can make America great. It's not a politician, guys. Never believe that it's the job of a politician. But with that being said, I keep telling you guys who live in the United States, it's you guys in the front lines of all of this drama and trouble. So it's up to you guys to make a change. I'm now living in Russia. I'm not affected so much by American politics, but it still affects me. But this is why we're doing this live. It's kind of to connect the two worlds. This guy's he's not gonna talk until like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning, it looks like. I don't think Donald Trump is going to talk anytime soon. I have a project. I have a project that I'm working on. I'm going to be interviewing religious people, I'm going to be shooting guns. I'm going to be going while we wait, I want to tell you what I'm doing for the channel. I'm going to try to go snowboarding. I'm going to try to go skiing. I'm going to go dog sledding. I'm going to try to do ice bathing, like for the holiday that you have to dip yourself in water. I'm going to be doing weapons shooting. I'm going to be doing talking with Russian civilians. On this channel, I'm going to be trying to grow it in many different directions. And I don't know. I'm going to be doing updates also on building the house. Next year is going to be really good. Yeah. There's fishes in there. I'll show you what it looks like outside right now. It's pretty miserable. The weather, it could be worse because it's not so cold. It's only about 2 or 3 degrees. So it's not snowing. Yeah. Yeah, I have met some Americans here in Irkutsk. Yeah, we are on the ground floor. Thank you, friends. Thank you. Man, we are. I don't know why they're not calling it. I mean, I guess I know why, because they haven't completely lost. But come on, just call it and let's go. Okay, we're gonna be looking at the Google map here. 214, 247. Pennsylvania, not yet called for some reason. Let's see if she goes down. Nope, 1.2. Let's check in on the lunatics.
Nationally, he was getting slaughtered. He was down by 18 in Iowa, and I could go on and on. They've been lying to you the whole time. If you're on the left, you're a Democratic voter. Wakey, wakey. I need to wake you up out of the hypnosis that you're in, that Morning Joe and The View and all of mainstream media has put you in. They're lying to you. Why do you think they keep losing? You think they keep telling you how smart they are and how they're going to deliver you victories?
And all they ever do is deliver loss after loss after loss. So Democratic voters snap out of it. These guys are obvious liars. Fire them all. Fire them all. And if you don't, okay, then keep losing to buffoons, to obvious con men like Donald Trump. Keep losing and losing and losing and never figuring it out. Here, I solved it for you. I figured it out. It's the goddamn corruption. All this stupid donor money, all it's ever done is lead to more losses. So if you don't fire them, you have no one to blame but yourself. Young Turks will be back.
It's so good. It's so good. That's why I wanted to stream. That's why I wanted to stream, doing this kind of live, because we can see the meltdown, we can see the numbers, we can be here together. Obviously, the weather outside is really bad. It's kind of it's not snowing, it's raining. It's 2:20. We've been streaming for 3 hours. Where I'm not stopping until somebody concedes or somebody accepts the nomination. Oh wow! Look at this. Look at this guy right here. Oh no, I can't do the noise. It's so crazy that in the last 2-3 months, they have had so many people switch over to the Republican campaign. It's great. It's like great to see people moving around, because then you know that, hey, some people move to the right, some people move to the left. The crazy thing is that warmonger Dick Cheney and his daughter, they moved over to the Democrats. Isn't that crazy? They endorsed the Democrats. That's how you know that the one side is a loony, really loony. So Tulsi Gabbard, this freaking RFK, they moved to the Republicans to the right. And then you had these ultra war hawks go to the left. So essentially they did a switcheroo. They traded like good people. I think this might have been the worst trade in political history. Tulsi Gabbard and RFK going to the Republicans, and the two Cheneys going over to the Democrats. Worst trade in history. Worst trade in history. I mean, that is suicide, guys. It's political suicide. But listen, you think that things won't change, but just because they moved, it kind of makes people question things, right? It makes people question things. And if one person questions things, that's a win for society. I'm not like a negative Nancy. Just a realist, right? I know that the master of puppets in the end will do whatever they want. But you cannot sit there and say nothing will change if these people are not changing parties. I mean, you have to be out of your mind to think that nothing will change. When people of this magnitude switch sides, it makes people think differently. These are the type of things you want in society. You want people to question things. You want them to think differently. You want them to mix their food, put ketchup on a burger and a hot dog and put mustard. You want them to mix it up. You don't want them to eat it plain, because if you just feed the people the same thing without ketchup and ingredients, you essentially have robots. But when people change sides, it makes people talk. So, are we going to have this talk or not? Mayo with fries is disgusting. Don't at me. 247, 247 still, 2.1. Let's see if this lady has gone down. Oh, we're hitting critical mass. We're hitting critical mass. She's hit 1%. This is awesome. This is so funny. I've never seen it. We started at 3 point something. I think I started seeing it when she was at 4.5, 4 point something maybe. Now she's down to 1% possibility of winning the presidency. That is so funny. She was never elected to run anyways. This is what is crazy to me. This is what's crazy to me is that she was never chosen to be she didn't win the primaries. She had no right to be a nominee for the Democratic Party. Where?
Obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country as they said they were going to. This is the greatest country. There will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the move, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he would said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected voters on issues.
Okay, we're going to get back to this in a second. I want to see if there's something on the meltdown. Stay with me, guys.
Progressive message. Why? For these people. So I definitely think there will be a drop off. Well, that's the thing. I mean, they're looking in JD Vance, they were looking for the person to pass the baton to. I don't think that person exists. Maybe he's as close as they could get. There may have been others, but he's certainly better at it than Tom Cotton or.
Nothing there.
Trump won. Trump won. Trump won Wisconsin. Trump defeated Kamala Harris in Wisconsin. Trump won. You're not going to make up this margin. You have 110,000 votes. Where the hell are you going to find it? There's less than 2 million total votes. You're not going to find 110,000 votes. 90% reporting. You got nothing. You got to have. Look at that. There he goes. There he goes. The rebel. The rebel, the crazy one, the outsider.
God, this guy, I can't stand him. I can't stand him more than I can't stand the Turk guys.
Scribe would be the popular vote by 4.5. And so I guess the issue here is that if Trump wins the popular vote, he may not win it by large enough of a margin for him to actually break the record. But he will definitely get close. He's going to win the popular vote. And I think turnout, we're going to see records here as well. But depending on his margin and the
some way, didn't talk about it in the most. And he's figured out how to.
Okay, they're waiting. I guess he's on his way. Yeah, he's on his way, guys. We're gonna watch him. We're gonna see what he does. Okay, let's go check out Google. This is the part where I'm telling you guys, we have to see it on the Google. It's still not ready. But let's do a quick update on Kamala Harris' chances of winning. That's so funny. It's less than a 1%. That's what I've been waiting for the entire day. I've been waiting to see it fall under 1%. It's hilarious. Oh man, that's so funny. Yeah, you know what? I really, in my heart, feel that President Putin will call President Trump and congratulate him. And I hope that if it happens, I hope that Donald Trump says, "Hey, President Putin called me to congratulate me." You start making friendships even like that, guys, even like that. Honestly, we need to lift the sanctions. We need to lift the sanctions. We need to be free. I'm serious, man. This is why I've been streaming. This is what I've wanted. I hope he really changes things. I need him to drop the sanctions, stop the war, and bring us back closer to Russia. We should have never been enemies. We will hopefully see Donald Trump speak here, guys.
And he just kept on fighting.
It would have been one thing to come back.
Guys, please do consider putting like on the stream. I know it's not my usual style of stream, but we've been streaming for over 3 hours. We've been here over 3 hours.
2018, they lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places, fellow Republicans.
You know, it really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we have hostages in Iran, we have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East.
All right, we're going to be sticking through it, boys. We're going to be through it. We're going to do it. Power through.
And, you know, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken. And he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about Trump.
I'm going to be publishing a video. I mean, if Trump wins the presidency, I consider that a win for President Putin. I will be releasing a video about this. Hopefully you guys can watch it and share it once I do make it. It's going to be released on Friday or Saturday, but I really need your guys' support. Yeah. But we're not leaving. We're going to keep watching this. We're not leaving till the fat lady sings.
Policies and bring it back.
Illegal again, passed overwhelmingly, and Gascon, our friend out, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere. And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone. You can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
Mm-hmm. She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same affliction hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024. I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that she, well, we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that, but we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on, but we're a great country. And we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
And you can thank Donald Trump for that.
Because but he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to call about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win! And I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Brett, for former President Trump as he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd. He's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear that.
Oh, they're there.
A lot of people are still up.
The question is, how much is the national TV audience?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back to the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we went to town hall with him, Westbrook, and he, you know, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution. And this is what everyone heard it times when he had language that was that matched that. But he said that he wanted success to be his revenge and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. You know,
listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election. And if you, passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden. Biden was elected. We had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he worked across the aisle. Many senators had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate. There's 2 Senate races down there. And the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting, his historical sugar plums dancing in his head. And went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR.
Oh, yeah. Next FDR is going to out Obama.
Okay, we're gonna go move. Check Google, refresh it. 247 still. But what's important is not the Google, guys. What's important is the telemarket, because the telemarket is going to give you the possibilities of winning. And Harris is at less than 1%. We're going to go ahead and refresh that. And now she's at 0.7%. This is less than 1% chance of winning. And I'm going to tell you right now, when and if he does give his acceptance speech and all of these things, you guys need to be ready. If you're living in the United States, you need to be ready for what tomorrow brings. I'm going to be holding the line out here in Russia for all of us Americans who are in Russia. I'm going to keep promoting friendship between Russia and the United States. I hope that my channel does not get bullied just because we have a new president. Like, my job, I'm going to just try my best to produce more videos that show the unity between Russia and the United States. And I want it to be content that that shows that, hey, by the way, you have people outside of the United States who also depend on you. So get your poop together, United States. Come back as a family. I hope that if you wanted Trump to win, that you don't go out and tease people who wanted Kamala Harris to win. Like, we are not that type of people, right? I'm in the center, but I'm also not in the camp that says, "Oh, look at you, you want Kamala Harris, blah blah blah." No, if your candidate wins, and especially now that Trump's going to win, you need to be a better person and try to rehabilitate our country. I am not in the United States, but you guys need, whoever is in the United States, you guys need to rehabilitate the United States, okay? So you guys just need to remember, we need to rehabilitate the United States. We're going to keep watching here because I'm going to continue this stream until Trump speaks.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like.
They're doing an ad. Let's look at the meltdown.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Potentially has even less of a core and a soul than Trump. He's perfectly willing to create. And now he's a total Christian. You know, he gets mauled by demons in his sleep.
Right.
And abortions are child sacrifice, and it causes hurricane. He doesn't believe literally anything that he says, but it works. His podcast is huge because he does Alex Jones, and he talks a little bit less about cannibalizing people, and now his podcast is huge. Like, and that's one of my fears about. Is he an anomaly or something changed? I think both are true. I think that he is to some extent an anomaly. I don't think almost any other Republican will be able to get away with what he gets away with. But I also think that they have changed their base with what we've gone through. I think that there is just way less concern with whether things are true, whether they're being lied to. A lot of people are just really comfortable being told what they want to hear. And I think it's like the people who support Trump are not one thing. There are multiple groups.
Yes.
Over 60% of exit pollers said that the economy isn't working for them. That could be the reason that if Kamala loses, she loses. That, you know, the core fundamentals of the race weren't that great, and Biden would have done way worse.
I want you to notice, guys, that they're burning. You know, pay attention because these people, they're professionals, guys. These people are professionals. Look at what's happening behind the screen. How this is burning, right? You see, this is Capitol Hill here burning. This is the mentality of some people. When they don't win, they think that everything should burn, everything should crumble, that everything dies because their group didn't win. This is the mentality of a heretic, of a lunatic, of a radical. This is the mentality of the people that you should stop trying to follow. That right there. Check it out. Look at that fire burning in the back. It's symbolizing, obviously, their idea of a dead America because the other candidate won. That's just sad. It's sad. Sorry, I said that's just sad. Let's see. If there's music, we can't play it. We can't play it if there's music because we'll get copyright stroke. They'll stroke us off of this thing. Yeah. Everybody, please. We have about 100 people watching. Please let me know where you're watching from. Who's still with us? Tell us your location. Please let me know where you're watching from. Please, please, please. I'm really curious to know who's still watching and where you're watching from. Hopefully we have some American brothers on here. I love you guys. So the Netherlands, Toby's from Australia, Melbourne. Yes, another Australian, another Aussie. Shane, you're still with us, brother. Sit out there in the big island of in Hawaii. The Philippines, Fernie's still here. Ottawa, Pashka in Canada. Hey, thank you so much, Michael. By the way, brother, you already know you have our support here. When you come to Russia, you have our support. American in Albania. Wow. Scotland, Perm, Russia. Big shout out to Perm. Beautiful city next to a big river. Pyongyang, North Korea. I can't. That's funny. Oh, Krasnoyarsk. Spasiba, brat. Spasiba. Western Australia, Moscow, Slovenia. Another person from Hawaii. Wow. Australia. Whoa, we got a lot of people from Australia. Shout out to Chicago. Thanks, Michael, for the support. And again, you know what it is. You have a family out here in Russia. American in Canada, very cool. Sochi, still here from Sochi, California, Moscow. Привет, друзья. Still watching from Pennsylvania. We are still here. A lot of us are still here. Croatia. No, trust me. I really appreciate your guys' support and I appreciate you guys being with me. Slovakia, not to be confused with Slovenia. Canada, yes, nice. You're still here with us. Nice. We have Australia, we have European countries. So that's Australia, Europe, North America. Bulgaria is here. That's also Europe, Italy, UK. Ricardo. Brazil, that's South America. Do we have anybody from Africa? Is anybody here watching from Africa? Please let me know because we have so far North America, South America, Europe. I'm over here in Asia. We have almost 5 continents. Hey, thank you so much for the compliment. I'm humbled by this. I know that this channel is not used to doing this kind of stuff, but I have been enjoying just talking and giving my opinion.
This ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in...
Okay, he's not out yet, guys, which gives us a little bit of more time to talk. Isn't it crazy? A lot of you guys are writing from some areas where you're actually in the same country, in the same state. That's what I love. That's what I love to see. Like, we're actually a very tight community. I know we don't have so many viewers. I mean, for me, it's a lot of viewers. But what I'm saying is just in 100 people, a lot of us are in the same place. What are the odds of that? Really cool. We're gonna move on and look at the Google 247. It's still not called. Some of these states are still not called, like Pennsylvania. It says 94% reported. Why has Google not accepted the call? 94% calculated, and she's down by 4 points almost. Wow. Why is Google playing hard to get? This Mexican guy's English is awful. That's comedy. Okay, let's see. Has Kamala Harris, has her percentage gone down? I'm ready to see her at 0. Whoa, she went up. You see that? You see that? She went up. She went up 0.2%, almost going back to 1%. And when there's 1%, there is a chance. I told you guys. I mean, yeah, it's been called by many people, but hey, how is it called and how did it go back up? You never know. Tomorrow they might find more ballots that were not counted in Georgia. I mean, we might be on the brink of the craziness coming back. If it was already called, how did she go up 0.2%, right? That's where it gets a little bit shady.
It didn't. And so now this is a big, giant, controversial topic. And, you know, and I'm sure I'll get a million people yelling at me from, you know, mainstream media, Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. But I told you guys he didn't pass much. and everybody said Biden is FDR 2.0, and it was amazing all the things that he passed. Well, why didn't you run on it? Why didn't it work? Well, if he was FDR 2.0, FDR said, hey, I passed Social Security, won re-election 3 times, easy, okay? Of course, there was other factors as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's too early, I think, to even know this stuff, right? Did Gaza matter? Did abortion matter? Did Tony Hinchcliffe matter? I don't know. This didn't seem like an election that was won or fought on issue.
That wasn't in the perspective, and I hope
We are waiting for
You talk about young
Trump to
men,
talk.
younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California.
When Pennsylvania gets called, it's over. When Pennsylvania gets called, it's over. But I mean, we keep saying it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff.
We've been on this stream for almost 4 hours, guys. We've been doing this for 4 hours. We've seen things fluctuate up and down. But we also know that in 2016, the mail-in order, like the mail-in ballots, those things were counted way after, and some states actually retracted their when it was called, they got retracted. They came out with tens of thousands of votes, hundreds of thousands in some areas, and it got really, really swapped towards the other way. If Pennsylvania gets called and Trump talks, then we will know. Hey, they're calling him the 47th president of the United States. Now it's called.
He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration and former President Trump and the future President Trump in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they've doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often, we had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he come to run the presidency, and he promises us that now he knows who he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very people around Washington. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out for his days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayla Manning and Trip Gowdy and Kate Pavlich. Kayla, you've been part of the last administration. You've seen all, you can see the joy in all those people's faces. Think about the angst and all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time. And that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having.
I'm telling you guys, they called it, and then They called it, and now she's back up to 1%. That's what I'm telling you guys. But I think they're not gonna do again what they did in 2016. Hey, Aussie Spy. Yeah, hopefully things get better. They called it. We're gonna wait to see if Donald J. Trump is going to speak soon.
CJ was more boisterous.
Okay, not yet. Let's go look at the meltdown.
One person looks like he's going to win tonight. And if he
was on that issue, not because the American people hate trans folks or LGBTQ folks, but because if you go too far, at some point they go, okay, that's too far. And so, and our job is to be honest with you guys and share our expertise and say, I know what the American people are going to say. I've been covering this for a long, long time. There's no way in the world the American people were going to be like, oh yeah, fantastic. Let's do that. Let's put trans women into all the professional sports, whether the professional sports leagues want them or not, et cetera, et cetera.
My president. I really wish we had seen, but yeah, that's me too, man. Yeah. Me too. It would have been the same. It would have been the same thing. It just would have been the aviators. They just would have. It would have.
I think it's almost guaranteed. And so we can also look at the popular vote just right now, bottom left the race. I mean, Donald Trump was still one of the most unliked politicians in the country. He should not have been difficult to defeat, but somehow he won by a lot. He won by his largest margin yet, the third time that he ran. Yeah, I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see the meltdown that is going to occur on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, it's really... Although looking at this is a lie. I mean, I'm just pointing this out because I saw this right now, but
Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech, but preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message. I hope Kaylee's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Guy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team and they're gonna need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will, a liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractors.
He has said that the assassination attempts kind of impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump toward the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump.
Maybe this is you can't see it right because of the mirror, but there's no MAGA hats out here in Russia. I had to make my own hat. Wait, can you guys see this right? Maybe I'll take off the... Is that right? I had to make my own MAGA hat. You know, I'm gonna tell you guys, until until President Trump goes out there and says, "Hey, thank you for the presidency, and I'm gonna be working for the American people," it's not over till it's over.
Consensus didn't
And they still haven't brought him out. You know, we need Kamala Harris to concede. There has to be news where she's conceded. Well, that's a weird way of saying it. I'm not sure if it's even a word. You know, I got asked like who would I vote for? And actually I would vote for the less of two evils. I think a president by nature is an evil, powerful being somehow, right? You can't be good with everybody. But I sure as hell would not have voted for Kamala Harris. I'm thinking about my children, my wife. I have to be thinking about myself. The only reason why we've been doing this stream is we're going up on 4 hours. I've been on this thing for 4 hours, sitting down here looking at this damn map with you guys all this time because my kids will be Russian American. My kids, I don't want them to be bothered by politics anymore. I've lived in Russia for almost 3 years, and American politics has damn near ruined my life. Why? Because of the sanctions, because of the different problems that they start with around the world. It's been hell. It's been hell. And it's been just nonstop drama for us Americans. And hopefully, if we have a candidate like President Trump, I mean, maybe even if he doesn't do what he says, at least I know that before he left office, President Putin, was on good terms with the United States and him. Like they were homies. The North Koreans, this is going to be real. I'm going to bring this back. I'm going to do the weave. I'm going to do the weave like Trump does. North Korea and the United States, they were not enemies during President Trump's presidency. Now that means that if President Trump is president again, he might be friends again with North Korea, which North Korea is an ally now of Russia. So there's a good gateway of being like, hey, how about we just stop the BS? Kamala Harris is not an approachable president. Yeah, and a lot of people were saying that he was going to be the enemy of the world and we're going to be in war. No, guess what? Luz came back. She probably went to the bathroom. I forgot to say hello to my little sister. I love her so much. Yeah, she probably went to the bathroom or something, woke up in the middle of the night. We're going to be looking at listen, even if you leave the United States, trust me, you're no less American than the men and women who stay, right? That's something that we need to get this clear. Like Americans were always free to go wherever the heck they wanted. So when you come here, if you come here or wherever you go, you're no less American. My sister lives in the United States in California, so she would have voted for Donald Trump. I think if she voted for Donald Trump. But do not cancel her, okay? Don't go after her for voting for Donald Trump. I mean, she has got no social media where you can find her. I'm just saying. Australia will never be free. It has kangaroos. President Trump is still not talking, guys. I will take you guys. Did this come out right? Is it on center? It's all right. This stream probably gonna get taken down. Okay, since President Trump's not talking yet, let's go and see if Google has called any other states. 248 has not. Polymarket has put Kamala Harris from 0.7% chances of winning. She's gone up in the last 30 minutes to 1%. She's gone up. Let's see if she's gonna go up or down. She's gone back down, boys. Gone back down to the original 0.7%. We love to see it. We love to see it because it's supposed to be that way, right? We know that she was going to lose and it should be going down. We don't need none of this, oh, she randomly surges to like, I don't know, 99% she can win. Let's come on now. Okay, let's continue looking at all of the feed here. Let's look at the melt.
Guys, I've never thought of. People don't like to be attacked. People don't like to be robbed. People don't like to be sexually assaulted. People don't like to be killed. People don't like crime. To them, that's like a giant news alert. They didn't know. What? People don't like being robbed or being sexually assaulted? I got a great idea. Let's pretend it doesn't exist. How'd that turn out for you? How'd that turn out for all of us?
Not well.
Okay.
Well, California Prop 6 didn't pass. Which is disappointing because it prohibits slavery and involuntary servitude. This proposed amendment to California's Constitution would bar slavery in any form and repeal a current provision allowing involuntary servitude as a punishment for crime. It did not.
Okay, I got to say something about that. Yeah. Guys, that is a perfectly good proposition. It should have passed 80-20, okay? What are we...
Wait. My brother's back. Jose, did you want 6 to pass or not? My brother mentioned number 6, proposition 6. Did it pass or not, dude? They said it didn't pass. Did you want it to pass or not? What was the deal with that? You're the only guy who mentioned it. 6 or 36. 6, it said 6 didn't pass. I can't remember. I got my boy on the ground and he's not, I don't know if my brother. So we're not only voting for presidents in America, Toby. We're voting for like propositions, different laws that can pass in different states. And everybody's supposed to be voting on these things. 6 ban slavery. Yeah, but I don't know if it's supposed to pass or not. Hello. Thank you for joining us from Australia. Hopefully my brother landed safely. Last time we talked to him, he was getting ready to take off. He's somewhere, not crashed. He's still alive. So hopefully he's all right. Let's see what's happening. Okay. I'm eating Burger King. Still not taking off. Okay, so Trump still has not come up and talked.
People were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very gracious. By the way,
Привет, друг. Hello to Moscow. Hello to everybody who's tuning in right now. If you're just tuning in, this is a one-of-a-kind MAGA hat that we got here in Russia. We have announced that President Trump has won, but we are waiting on this chat. Everybody who's watching, we are waiting to see him give an acceptance speech or for Kamala Harris to say she's done, she concedes. We are waiting for clarity. Why? Because there is still some sites that are not calling it. Like Google needs to call it, right? It's 248. It's been stuck at 248. And you know, if the Google is not calling it, it means that they can do something and trick people. Polymarket is at 0.05% chance of winning. So yeah. Okay, so are you saying the law is still, you guys were voting to see if this was still going to be allowed or not? I see what my brother's talking about. I think they're talking about the law where it says if you steal below a certain amount of number, you're not going to be charged as a criminal. That's what he's talking about, because my brother is somewhere in California, and I guess that's what it is. Can you imagine? This is American politics. If a law doesn't pass, if a bill does not pass saying that you cannot rob, you can still rob. How is that possible? How are you voting to see if you can still rob or not? That is crazy. So if Trump gets 270 electoral votes, Nikita, if Trump gets 270 votes, that means that he wins. That's it. There's no way that you can make a comeback. If one gets to 270, it's over. Yeah, so my brother is reporting in from California, and where apparently robbery is legal. He's been on the live almost since the beginning, reporting for many different topics, but now, but now he's on the grind. My brother's on the grind. My brother's on the grind representing San Francisco. Can't even say it. Sorry, my brother's representing San Francisco, California, where it is allowed and legal to rob under $950. That's been his topic of the day. That's so funny to me. All right, let's update the Google. We're gonna see. It has Google called it no 248. Polymarket has moved Kamala Harris down 2.2 points, still at. Okay, so we're looking at 0.5% for Kamala Harris chances of winning. President Trump still not out of the podium.
If you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party.
Okay, so we do not have we don't have President Trump admitting that or saying accepting presidency, you know, to the people, not legitimate, but just saying, hey, okay, it looks like I won. Kamala Harris probably won't say she lost. For some reason, I feel she may not. Nikita is from Moscow saying, pray for Donald's win. I want to see the United States and Russia as close friends. Exactly. So if you were not here, Nikita is from Moscow. I'm out here in Irkutsk Oblast. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Jeez, I'm so hungry. My wife says, stop streaming and come. Sush, come over here really quick. I have to show you something. Gotta have my wife on for a second, guys. Nayib Bukele has congratulated President Trump-elect. No way, really fast from the El Salvador president. Yeah, babe, can you put this on for a second? Go over here, more closer. We got the wife on the MAGA gear. She's got the cat. Look how comfortable the cat is.
She sleep on my legs.
So
It's time to done this live stream.
we're almost done here, guys. By the way, we are waiting for President Trump to accept his nomination. Bukele has congratulated Jose. Jay Ferreira has has given a lot of things tonight. He has said that President Bukele has congratulated Trump on his nomination. We are going to look for something like that to verify that. But thank you so much for reporting in. We are waiting for President Donald J. Trump here.
But before you get there, you got to get the purpose of the message.
Oh, they're giving the thumbs up. Somebody's giving the thumbs up. Oh, no, no.
These things out as a nation, as a party. We'll figure it out this time. So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that this speech, we're actually
We're gonna wait and see when he's gonna come out. Let's see what he says. You know, I want him to be really straightforward and tell the people exactly what's on his mind, like he always does. I hope that Kamala Harris just concedes. You know, it would have been so much better if he just concedes. If she concedes. Let me look for some X tweets for you guys. Okay, so it looks like Jay Beretta was right. There is a news coming out that some people, other world leaders, have already congratulated President-elect Donald Trump. So it was actually true. It's breaking news. Nayib Bukele already calls and congratulates President-elect Donald Trump. So the more of these that we get to see, the better, right? We want people to already make that call, already congratulate President-elect Donald Trump. All right. Okay, so apparently Jay Beretta 10 is actually in El Salvador reporting in live. This might be the first person who we actually get to congratulate Donald Trump, right? So it's pretty interesting that we do have Jay Beretta in the country of the president who's actually already said congratulations to Donald Trump. So he's still not yeah, we all have to trust this guy because he is reporting live from the ground. That's so funny. He's already given us information about the laws in California, and now he's reporting live for the president of El Salvador, congratulating Donald Trump, corroborated with this news article that's right here. We're gonna keep looking and waiting to see if Donald Trump comes back. We are waiting for him to give an acceptance speech, guys.
I think that's why we're all here. I'm wide awake. I'm gonna wake up.
The people are still waiting. They're still at the convention, as you can see. You know, honestly, it has been over 4 hours, almost 5 hours. By the time this is done, we have been 5 hours here reporting. It has been a long afternoon for us. Let's see, 248. Donald Trump still not given Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has to be over 95% already counted, guys. I have no clue why Google's being stubborn. This is live and updated, right? This is live and updated. So they still haven't given Pennsylvania. But what's strange is Alaska's not given, but Hawaii is. Usually Hawaii goes blue and Alaska goes red, or it's vice versa. But the bottom line is, how did they give Hawaii and not Alaska, right? So we're looking at Pennsylvania. We're really mind blown why they haven't called it. Arizona, 52%. No, Nevada doesn't really matter at this point. Let's see what the numbers look like for the poly market. Still at 0.5%, which is not bad for Kamala because we thought it was going to be much less. What do we think? Does Kamala concede tonight? Okay, that's a good question. We're going to put that on the poll. Does Kamala concede? That's a really good question. We're going to put that on the poll. Does Kamala concede? Let's put that on the poll. What do you guys think? Okay. Okay, are we going to get a is she going to concede or a recount? Okay, we got a Jay Beretta special for you guys. We got a Jay Beretta special for you. And the question is, will Kamala Harris concede tonight? Are we going to see a world where she concedes? Because we know Hillary Clinton didn't. So, guys, everybody who's on the chat right now, go and on the poll, let us know if Kamala Harris is going to concede. We are still waiting for the numbers to add up, and we're still waiting for Donald Trump to show up here.
Wow, he started talking. It was like so long, and then kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, we kind of lost an opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people,
People are coming out.
take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you.
Yeah, guys, the question is if she's going to concede tonight, like before the sun comes out. Of course she's going to concede, but she has to. But is she going to concede tonight? The question is, will she pick up her pants, grab her whatever she needs, and say, okay, it's done. Donald Trump won. That's what we want to see. The question is, will she concede tonight before the sun comes out on the East Coast? Normally, in a normal election, you know by that night. You know by that night. Tonight is the question. Everybody go answer on the poll. It's a Jay Beretta special. He's still in El Salvador. We got a man on the ground. I still can't get over that. That's funny. Okay. It's been a while since we tuned into the Meltdown. Let's go and go check out the Meltdown, guys.
To be popular.
That'd be based if that happened.
Yeah, that would be incredibly based. Again, not likely, but maybe. But with Democrats, you know what you're going to get. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, to all the doors. Okay, gigantic moment here. Here we go. Ready? NBC News, ABC News, and CNN have all called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. And he has won re-election. So buckle up, brace for impact. We're going to have 4 years of anarchy and chaos. My prediction, which is not a bold one, is they're going to rob the place blind. All of his donors are going to get everything they wanted. There's going to be almost no checks on him. I'm not a big fan of the establishment, but they put some brakes in the car for Donald Trump.
What is going on?
Now there will be no brakes in the car. Steve Bannon's back.
We can't let them fearmonger us, guys. That's lunacy, guys. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they get away with being so dumb. Hey, it's your boy Vivek.
The big job. When they
check this out, guys. It's Vivek.
What she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of the View tonight for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People thought they were doing her a favor because they made something. They made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other.
We're going to go back when Donald Trump comes. We will sit here. We will wait. We will listen to see what Donald Trump has to say. You know, Nikita is right. So the world is watching. And this is why I'm watching all the way from Siberian Russia. And this is why I have my agent out there in El Salvador. Like Jay Beretta is reporting in from El Salvador on the other side of the hemisphere. We're all here together because we need to know who's going to be president and we need to adjust. For me, it's not important. It's not important to see one or the other candidate win. No, I need to know who's going, like, I need to know who won, and I need to figure out what I need to do with my life, because American politics outreaches, right? My wife is Russian. I live in Russia. I love my country, but I don't live there right now, and I don't want my country to go to war with Russia. I don't want nuclear disaster. I want none of that. So that is what it is.
We weren't really presented as if, you know.
Rogers, he was a long shot at one point again.
Oh, here we are, boys. I gotta mute it. I gotta mute it while he comes on because of the copyright. I gotta mute it, but when he starts talking, I'll put it back on. It's in, boys. It's in. It is legit. It is legit. That other weirdo said we have impact. We have impact. Gee whiz, his son is tall. Okay, it's Dana White. No way. Look at who's behind him. Look at his son. Okay, we're going to put it on when he starts talking. But we have to wait. We have to wait. Sorry. Look at the size of his son next to Ivanka. This is a huge man. Oh, we might see Elon Musk. We might see Elon Musk. We're going to put it on. We just need the music to come down. We might see Elon Musk. There's Dana White. Look at the size of his son, his youngest son, Barron. He's huge. Okay, here it comes. Oh, come on. All right. It's almost time to go, guys. It's almost time. No way. He's 6'9". That's JD Vance, the future vice president. Look at this guy's face. Classical. Okay, we're going to wait for the song. We're going to wait. Stay with me, boys.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children
deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice. I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Wow, that's good.
The Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? No, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. Lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby, we call it the ice baby. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susan. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. nice. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes and he was holding. But this spaceship came down and I saw those engines firing and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then you saw the fire pour out from the left side and it put it straight. And it came down so gently and then it wrapped those arms around it and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, in particular, it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's the character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson.
So, a lot of you guys, Bryson Mitchell.
Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana White who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, it's freaking hilarious.
That is a piece of work. Now he's he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people. And we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, as it seems now, you should have a new president. Thank you so much. Please, if you're going to donate to this channel, do it at PayPal, thechanfles@hotmail.com. We've been streaming for about 5 hours. I appreciate everybody that stuck through. Please do look forward for my next videos. It's going to be a pretty decent one. Please look at my old videos, subscribe, hit like. My brother, please get home safely. Yeah. That's the PayPal. Stay black, people. Really, this was such an amazing event, and I'm glad that we did it all together. Thank you so much for the donations. Bye, Michael.